O God, may your spirit and guidance be in us as we work for the benefit of all our people, for peace and justice in our land, and for the constant recognition of the dignity and aspirations of those whom we serve. Amen.
Morning, members. Minister's statement, Minister Quitlan Goodan and the Minister N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, over the past 15 years, the government of the Northwest Territories has worked in partnership with the federal government to help meet the infrastructure needs of community governments. These efforts have helped community governments access federal funding in accordance with our current mandate commitment in this area. Mr. Speaker, federal investments in community government infrastructure have been significant. Since 2005, the federal government has provided over $170 million in gas tax funding, supporting a total of 293 projects in our communities. As well, through the capacity building component of the gas tax funding, we have also been able to assist with the development of community capital plans and implement the current asset management strategy. Since 2014, under the Small Communities Fund of the New Building Canada Plan, a total of $38.7 million in infrastructure projects have been approved, supporting a total of 33 projects. This includes investments in recreation facilities, road upgrades, and the construction of water treatment plants. Since 2016, the Clean Water and Wastewater Fund of the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Plan has seen a total investment of $51 million towards 29 water treatment and sewage system projects in communities across the Northwest Territories. Most recently, in March of 2018, the Government of the Northwest Territories entered into an integrated bilateral agreement with the Government of Canada for Phase 2 funding under the Investing in Canada Plan. Through this agreement, a total of $119.2 million in federal funding over 10 years has been allocated to support community infrastructure projects. The funding allocated to community and Indigenous governments under Phase 2 of the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Plan will be provided through 5 programs. These programs include $37.5 million to assist communities in developing solid waste facilities, including fencing, cell development, and waste reduction initiatives such as composting and recycling infrastructure, $37.5 million to support community road upgrade and development projects within community boundaries, $15 million to support energy-efficient upgrades to community buildings and facilities, $8.2 million to the City of Yellowknife to develop public transit infrastructure, and finally, $20.5 million to develop or improve existing facilities to increase accessibility and create spaces for cultural activities and displays. Mr. Speaker, in early January 2019, Municipal and Community Affairs released an initial call for applications for Phase 2 funding to community governments for the solid waste, road upgrades, and energy-efficient programs, and to Indigenous governments for the cultural space program. Applications for the initial call must be submitted by March 1st of 2019. Municipal and Community Affairs will review and process the applications received before submitting to Canada for final approval. Municipal and Community Affairs will work with the N.W.T. Association of Communities to ensure the application and selection processes are fair and consider the federal eligibility criteria along with territorial priorities. Mr. Speaker, the Government of the Northwest Territories is helping to address the infrastructure needs of Northwest Territories communities. The Municipal Funding Policy Review completed by the Department of Municipal and Community Affairs in 2014 helped quantify the infrastructure needs of each N.W.T. community government. We have increased the annual funding support provided to community governments for community infrastructure by $2 million beginning in 2019-20. We administer federal infrastructure programs and we support community governments in asset management and capital planning so they can make the best possible use of the funding available. I look forward to working with the Northwest Territories communities and Indigenous governments to continue the administration of these critical federal infrastructure agreements, as well as moving forward on important initiatives such as the asset management strategy. By working together, we will be able to meet more of our community's needs for the benefit of all our citizens. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Minister statements. Minister statements. Member statements. Member for Trinidad-Walladay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I want to do a member statement on a road, winter road to Lutsalke. I just been thinking about it and thought I talked to the minister briefly and advised him that I would like to talk about the benefits of a winter road to Lutsalke. So I recognize that we are getting late into this season and to be able to construct a winter road. I think most of the winter roads are already constructed. A little bit different here if there was an opportunity to put a winter road in next month. The situation is a bit different than other winter roads in that it's the majority or all of the entire road into Lutsalke would be on the ice, so on the Great Slave Lake. I also recognize that there's a shorter time frame because of the size of the lake. We had looked at this previously, Mr. Speaker, and there are pressure ridges that do become created once the ice freezes, and then because of the size of the lake, there's pressure ridges. At that point, it becomes unsafe to continue. But for a period, Mr. Speaker, for a short period, maybe 2-3 weeks, maybe even as long as a month, there's a possibility to open up a winter road. I wanted to speak to that about the benefits to tourism. In fact, I find that if there would be a winter road into Lutsalke and there was people that wanted to use that winter road, like the local community or even tourism to drive down that road, the other factor would be that at some point, if this becomes part of the process, part of the winter road construction by the Department of Infrastructure, that Thailand and Nana Park, once approved, there would be a good opportunity for a gateway. There are many economic factors. There's the air freight, the cost of air freight, and then also the large infrastructure like the health center, trying to get the foundational materials for the health center in this winter so that there will be less to haul in on the barge going into Lutsalke. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Massey. Member statements. Member Ikegodan and the member Nehende.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is with great joy and sadness that I've learned that Carl Lafferty's retirement, the Regional Superintendent from the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. His dedication and service throughout the past 16 years as an employee with the Government of the Northwest Territories has been greatly appreciated by myself, along with all residents of the Date Show. Prior to his work with the Department of the ENR, Mr. Lafferty worked as a park warden with the federal government for 12 years. Mr. Lafferty felt the need for a change as being a park warden involved a lot of travel, and once he received a call to accept a position with ENR, he accepted the opportunity. From April 2002 to October 2009, Mr. Lafferty worked as a renewable officer 2 as well as manager of wildlife and environment. In late October 2009, Mr. Lafferty was asked by the Deputy Minister to take on the role of Regional Superintendent. With Mr. Lafferty's operation, and field experience, accompanied by his First Nation status. A direct appointment as Regional Superintendent was offered in November 2009. Upon completion of the past 16 years, Mr. Lafferty stated his best times were conducting highway and river patrols and interacting with and meeting new people. What he will miss most is working with the N.W.T staff and public. What really drives the work? Dealing with the complaints and resolving issues to provide satisfaction to community members. When I asked Mr. Lafferty what his greatest accomplishment was, "I'm still here," meaning you need to have tough skin, as it is a difficult position to be a leader. With his retirement date fast approaching, Mr. Lafferty has begun the process of obtaining his heavy equipment operator's ticket. His goal is to have an opportunity to work on a few big projects around the community, such as the Mackenzie Valley Highway, while doing small jobs in and around the community. I want to thank Carl for his years of experience in the Henday communities, Detroit region, and the N.W.T. Carl will be sadly missed. Carl has set an example for all his colleagues and staff throughout with exemplary work ethics, dedication, and commitment he has shown in his career. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Member statement. Member Ike Godan and the member Satu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Health and Social Services announced yesterday on the Regional Wellness Council and their continued efforts to shaping and improving our healthcare system. Mr. Speaker, I totally agree with this administrative structure. Who better to include community, parents, and public members to improve healthcare but the people that reside in the small, remote, urban communities? Mr. Speaker, it is not expected of the RWC members to possess medical qualifications, but as mentioned by the Minister, on the roles and responsibilities as identified within the member's handbook is preferred. However, Mr. Speaker, there's always continuous room for education on the various systems and services available for health care. One suggestion is allowing routine wellness, regional wellness council sessions in the surrounding communities as they represent. Mr. Speaker, a campaign and positive initiative taken by the Satu Dene Neche Ko Long-Term Care Facility in Norman Wells is sponsoring ASET, or Applied Suicide Intervention Skills Training, an excellent suicide first aid development course advertised for March 12th and 13th of next month. Mr. Speaker, later I will have questions to the Minister of Health and Social Services on future operational campaign strategies. Massey.
Massey. Member statement. Member Ike Godan and the member Yellowknife Center.
Massey, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the 2019 N.W.T. Community Survey is now underway, and many residents around the N.W.T. will either be getting a survey request in the mail or a knock on the door. The household survey covers topics such as housing, employment, education, and language, and I want to encourage everyone who is asked to participate in this valuable data collection event to do so. The survey is being carried out by the N.W.T. Bureau of Statistics. It will include a sample of households from the 6 largest communities, Yellowknife, Hay River, Fort Smith, Fort Simpson, Inuvik, and Betchco, and a census of all households in the other communities. In Yellowknife, Hay River, Fort Smith, and Inuvik, letters were dropped at selected households requesting them to complete the survey online or to arrange an in-person interview or a phone interview. Outside of these 4 communities, interviewers are conducting the survey in person. The survey intends to collect data from 8,000 of the 17,500 households in the N.W.T., a formidable slice, and the Bureau of Statistics hopes to have preliminary results at the beginning of November. Why is this survey important, Mr. Speaker? It will yield valuable information that can be used for planning programs, identifying emerging issues, and monitoring progress on issues at the community level. In other words, this is the evidence for evidence-based decision-making. This data is available for use by anyone, NGOs designing or evaluating programming, and businesses doing market analysis for business planning. All levels of government, that is federal, territorial, municipal, and Indigenous, can use the information to design and improve services for their constituents and clients. This kind of high-quality, detailed community data is vital for our access to federal funding. Data collection is on now and continues into March, and I want to encourage all N.W.T. residents who are asked to take part. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Member statement. Member Ikagodan and the member Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Education, culture, and employment offers a number of programs to support our residents in several ways. These programs include income support for post-secondary students and seniors, and income assistance for low-income families and children, with additional amounts for people with disabilities. Many recipients of support programs say that accessing them can be difficult, discouraging, and demoralizing. The process for income assistance in particular are very rigid and prescribed in regulations, providing very little flexibility in response to client needs. The Minister of ECE has committed to an administrative review of income security programs. Discussions with non-governmental organizations have begun. My understanding is that the review is to be completed and changes implemented before the end of this Assembly. To be clear, I support this approach. One of the most significant issues with income support and income assistance programs is that the amounts offered to recipients do not keep up with the cost of living. Regular reviews of the amounts linked to the Consumer Price Index or some other method of automatic adjustments for the cost of living would be a far better approach. A major issue that surfaces for me in my constituent work is the treadmill of debt that traps some recipients. In some instances, income assistance recipients work, then lose their jobs and are penalized with reductions in their rent, food, and other allowances. Recipients are left between benefit periods with nothing to live on and often find behind in their rent. Structurally, the system fails these people and builds desperation and worse. Some jurisdictions have tried a basic income guarantee approach. There are various ways to structure a basic income guarantee and different ideas on who should receive these sorts of payments. One of the major benefits pointed out in these initiatives is the elimination of the client's endless application and reporting requirements and a reduction in the bureaucratic superstructure required to administer all of this monitoring. We need to look at a pilot project on basic income guarantee in the context of our overall efforts to reduce and eliminate poverty, consistent with the anti-poverty strategy. I have questions for the Minister responsible for income security later today. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Member statements. Member for Hay River North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in Hay River, there is an 8-month wait list to see a mental health counselor. That is completely unacceptable. During my time as MLA, I've raised concerns about the availability and accessibility of mental health services in Hay River at every opportunity, but those concerns seem to be falling on deaf ears. An 8-month-long wait list is ridiculous. It shouldn't be allowed to happen. The wait time to see a counselor in Hay River is more than 2.5 times longer than in Yellowknife. It's 8 times longer than in Betchico, and it's 20 to 30 times longer than in Fort Smith, which is just down the highway. How is that even possible, Mr. Speaker? It boggles the mind. I understand that for very urgent situations, there are at least some same-day appointments available, and those experiencing mental health emergencies are supposed to receive appointments within 4 weeks. However, Mr. Speaker, it can be hard to ask for help, and many people resist seeking help until their situations become emergencies to them, and making them wait another 8 months is inhumane. Who knows what could happen in those 8 months? People's mental health issues could cause them to lose their job, damage relationships, develop addictions, and worse. From what I've heard, the staff at community counseling in Hay River are good at what they do. They strive to deliver the best service possible, and they've even undertaken some new initiatives to help the community, like offering an 8-week mindfulness-based cognitive therapy workshop to help adults prevent recurrent episodes of depression. They're providing services that I would argue pay for themselves. I can't imagine being a counselor is easy, and I'm sure the lack of resources make it even more difficult. We need to support these people, or else we'll lose them, and will foster a revolving door environment, which is a terrible thing when it comes to client care. We need to address this situation now before it gets worse. Mr. Speaker, I hear lots of talk from the government about the importance of good mental health. So I want to know why the situation was allowed to get this bad and what is going to be done to fix it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Member statement. Member Ike Godin and the member Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've all been glad to see how tourism has grown in the Northwest Territories in recent years. Being a world-class tourist destination is not only great for the economy, it's also a point of pride for us Northerners who love the splendor and beauty of the people, cultures, lands, and waters of this place we call home. This came about from strong initiative and vision from some of the original tourism operators, people who struck out on their own when the idea of tourism marketing was in its infancy. Government shared in that vision and offered significant support for marketing the N.W.T. as a spectacular tourist destination. Now it's a reality, and you can't go anywhere in this town without tripping over herds of royal blue and bright red parkas. Mr. Speaker, this boom has a result. The number of tourism operators is growing rapidly, and our government is appropriately supporting this new sector. For example, we've opened up Loop C at Prelude Lake to provide operators with a new place where their clients can take in the Aurora. That's great for new operators. But it does raise some concerns, Mr. Speaker. When does support for industry become an unfair subsidy? Operators who years ago made huge investments and built this industry from scratch may be legitimately upset that up-and-coming competitors are being subsidized by public money. Then there's the question, with all this new interest, so many new operators here, how do we spread the wealth outside the capital? How could we take advantage of the increased interest in this industry to encourage new opportunities in other spectacular parts of the N.W.T? Mr. Speaker, this new successful sector capitalizes on the wonderful qualities of our unique location in the world. We need to take steps to protect our world-class Northwest Territories brand. The industry must be managed to make sure that the people selling and marketing the N.W.T. as a destination are doing so with respect to our land, our cultures, and our people. That way, we can ensure that success continues for future generations. Mr. Speaker, at the appropriate time, I'll have questions for the Minister of Industry, Tourism and Investment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Member statements. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 2019 is the International Year of Indigenous Languages. I'd like to continue the discussion of how government can support our Indigenous languages across the territory. Mr. Speaker, recently I looked at the analysis of federal funding for languages in Nunavut that broke it down to dollars per person. Based on their first language, the funding for a French student was around $420 per student, and for Inuktitut it was ballpark around $4.30. Mr. Speaker, this gap demonstrates that their government must do more to invest in Inuktitut. Mr. Speaker, I wondered what that would look like here in the Northwest Territories, so I pulled out the current 4-year federal funding agreement between the Government of Canada and the Government of Northwest Territories and did the math. Mr. Speaker, the good news, this particular agreement will bring us almost $20 million in federal funding for Indigenous language services over 4 years. The not-so-good news for a resident who speaks French as a first language is funded more than 4 times as much per year than a resident who speaks an Indigenous language. Mr. Speaker, that's 4 times more. Mr. Speaker, I know that there are reasons funding typically shakes out this way. I know that only English and French are recognized nationally as official languages, but we have 9 official N.W.T. Indigenous languages. I know that this is just one funding agreement and that the GNWT itself funds languages in a variety of other ways. I know that we have junior kindergarten to grade 12 French first language and French immersion schools, while we do not have the same for Indigenous languages. But just because that's the way things are, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't mean that it's adequate or equitable. Mr. Speaker, we need to close this gap, not only to fulfill our commitment as a government to language revitalization, but to meaningfully pursue reconciliation. Mr. Speaker, when the next federal funding agreement is negotiated, that's what we need to do. We need to push for. We also need to walk the talk on our own budgets. And above all, we need to keep working with Indigenous governments and community groups when we do it. Kuya Naini, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Member statements. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Frame Lake, that Minister's Statement 151-18(3) be moved into Committee of the Whole for consideration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Motions in order to the motion? Questions been called? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carried. The Minister's Statement will be now before Standing Committee. Member statements. Member statements. Returns to oral questions. Returns to oral questions. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in gallery. Member for Trinidad-Willowdale.
Mr. Speaker, today I would like to recognize our interpreters, Mr. Tom Onka, the interpreting in N.W.T, Chippewan, Denidishlan language, Maro Sundberg, Willowdale, Clintron language, and I'd also like to recognize 2 pages from Willowdale, Joshua Dragis and Ben Kola. Thank you.
Massey. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in gallery. Acknowledgement. Member for South 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my pleasure to announce my in-laws, Thomas and Denise Manuel, who celebrated their 60th wedding anniversary this past February the 20th, 2019. The celebrations were held in Fort Good Hope and enjoyed by the family, community of Fort Good Hope, and the guests from the surrounding communities. Here's wishing you many more years of happiness together. Massey.
Massey. Acknowledgements. Acknowledgements. Oral questions. Member for Hay River North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Further to my member statement, I have questions for the Minister of Health and Social Services about the 8-month-long wait list in Hay River to receive mental health counseling services. How many staff are allocated to the Hay River Health and Social Services Authority Community Counseling Office, and how many of the staff are actually in the office? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his statement. I agreed with pretty much everything that he said. That this is a problem. This is something we need to be fixed, and it's unacceptable to have these kind of wait times. I do take a little bit of a disagreement with his comments that these issues have fallen on deaf ears. I do not believe that to be the case, and I think the staff in the authority and in the territorial authority are working hard to resolve some of these challenges and improve services to the residents of Hay River. So I do take offense at indicating that these issues have fallen on deaf ears. In Hay River Health and Social Services has 3 vacant community councillor positions, and full staffing complement is 6. So we are down a number of positions in Hay River. There's 3 mental health and addictions counsellors, 2 community wellness workers, and 1 clinical supervisor. As the member indicated in his statement, the clinical supervisor, mental health and addictions, the clinical supervisor is currently vacant. The mental health and addictions counsellor and community wellness workers are also currently vacant. We're actively recruiting for a clinical supervisor as we speak. We're actually intending to do interviews for the position next week, and we just completed hiring the 1 vacant mental health and addictions counsellor, and we expect that person will be starting in March. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Oral question, Akita Cassie, member Hay River North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't mean any offense, but when I bring these issues up, I know the minister listens, I know the department listens, I know the authority listens, but I need to see some results. Otherwise, I have to make those kind of statements. And it's good to hear that some staffing is occurring. What are the challenges to staffing? Why did we get down to the skeleton crew? And I know it's been going on a long time. So what are the challenges with staffing this office? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Minister of Health and Social Service.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When somebody says the issues are falling on the deaf ears, usually to me that means that he's suggesting or somebody's suggesting nobody's listening. So I'm happy to hear that the member does acknowledge that we are listening and that work is happening in this area. When it comes to staffing, the Hay River Health and Social Services is currently reviewing the job descriptions for the mental health and addictions counselor positions to make sure that the required qualifications that are identified do not create any unintended barriers to staffing those positions. They're also exploring the possibility of mentorship model with applicants who are either recent graduates or have experience but don't necessarily have the academic criteria. They've also been actively recruiting for these positions, both territorially and nationally. They have posted positions on the website for the Canadian Counseling Psychotherapy Association, national organizations, Longwoods, Indeed.com, Facebook pages, websites. They've gone to university job boards that offer the programs. Staff are also reaching out to colleagues for who might possibly be interested. I know that they're also reviewing the current program delivery model in order to improve wait times, service delivery and staff retention. And just to be clear, and I think I said this in response to another member's question this week, these are what would be considered non-essential, or sorry, non-emergent cases. I do acknowledge that cases evolve over time, but emergency cases are triaged and they get supports right away. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question, Tata Cassie, member Hay River North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, as I mentioned, emergency cases are heard. They receive appointments within a month. So that's a pretty fast and loose definition of emergency. I know that the Health Authority is a separate legal entity, but they receive their money through an allocation through the Department of Health and Social Services. So, we are ultimately responsible for them. So can the minister reallocate some resources from the public service, from his department, to help with this backlog in Hay River? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Service.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Although Hay River Health and Social Services is technically outside of the public service at this time, we'd still like to bring them in, which I believe may actually help with some of our recruitment challenges in that area. We do consider them part of the team and we do work closely with them. The Territorial Authority has reached out to other N.W.T. regions for assistance in Hay River. Fort Smith has agreed to accept some of the referrals to help with the wait times. Fort Simpson has agreed to offer some level of clinical supervision until such time as we can hire somebody. But unfortunately, the rest of the N.W.T., when it comes to community counseling programs, are facing significant shortages as far as staff as well. So this is a territorial issue. Hay River certainly has the longest wait times, and they're certainly feeling the brunt of this. But we're working hard to address that, and the Territorial Health Authority is working closely and offering expertise and support from other regions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question, Nundida Cassie, member Hay River North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The minister has mentioned a lot of the things that are happening, and I've spoke with the CEO about this and the public administrator, and I know some of the things they're doing, and I know there is work going on behind the scenes. But when can we expect this situation to be solved and put it behind us, and when can we know that we're going to go forward and people are going to be able to receive the services they need in a timely manner? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Minister of Health and Social Service.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to providing services through staff in positions that have high turnover, we could never say with certainty that this problem will be gone. We may be able to resolve it with a full complement of staff, but if turnover occurs again, we could have some blips. That's why working with the other regions is so important. Community counseling services in Hay River, as the member said, at 35 weeks is inappropriate, and we need to work together with our partners to bring that down. There's apparently about 55 clients on the wait list, and they are managed. The authority is managing the wait list based on a priority or a risk assessment process and offering programming from group programs, which keeps clients connected with the community counseling services and provides them with the tools that they need to manage some of their situation. There's been lunchtime and evening mindfulness group sessions are one example of the types of things that are happening. Hay River has entered into a contract with a licensed psychologist until March 31st to assist with the clinical supervision to support staff, assist with the wait list, assist with the recruitment and review of current programs and delivery models. They've also been referring eligible clients to take advantage of the Employee Assistance Program available through the N.W.T. There's also Health Canada programs that referrals are being made to. And the Health Authority is recommending that anyone who needs mental health support and is not able to be seen through the existing community counseling program to come to the health center, go to Emerge if it's an urgent situation. So a number of things are happening. We're working hard to close this gap, and we will continue to do so.
Okay, Massey. Oral question, Canyon, the member Cam Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, earlier in the sitting, my honourable friend from Yellowknife North asked the minister responsible for infrastructure around questions surrounding security delays at the YZF airport. At that time, the minister identified that the Canadian Air Transportation Security Authority's staffing was the biggest problem and the cause of these delays. A recent CBC article on February 20th had a response from CATSA on these delays, and they said that an additional security line was never part of the airport renovation plan that they submitted to the agency. And if the government wants additional screening lines, it needs to present a business case that would include staffing and those extra levels of resourcing. So I'd like to ask the minister, has CATSA been engaged and been asked for the things that they're saying they were never asked for? Is their information correct? Thank you.
Massey. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The CATSA system, they set their own levels of service, Mr. Speaker, and as I said in the House the other day, we're tracking the amount of people that are going through the lineups. I said that the reduced wait time is down by 30%. Right now, and we engage CATSA regularly because we have to engage them on when we did the expansion for the space for them and put in the new CATSA Plus system. So those discussions are ongoing, and I'm sure the member's going to have a number of questions. But when we talk about CATSA Plus setting their own service levels, our understanding based on the information that we have right now, the rating that we have is 1.2 lines for the CATSA System Plus. For us to get to 2 lines, there's going to have to be a significant more amount of traffic that has to take place for us to work with them to make a decision to install an extra line. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Oral question, Cassie, member Cam Lake.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and that's a bit more clear that there's some policy behind it. But is that what CATSA is saying? Has a proposal been brought forward to the Crown Corporation for an additional line? Because that's what the people want, and I don't know if the minister's done it. Thank you.
Massey. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure if the member is listening to what I'm saying. I'm saying CATSA Plus sets their own service levels. Right now, there's 1.2 rating for the lines. To go to 2 lines, there's going to have to be a significant increase of traffic. As I said in the House the other day, we are monitoring the amount of traffic that's going there, the wait times. We're doing it manually. We're going to put in an automated system to be able to collect this data, to be able to say, you know, CATSA, it clearly states that we need to have 2 lines in the Yellowknife Airport. Until we get that documentation, I'm not going to, how can I just say I'm going to put in an extra line and request for this information? It's no different than us answering questions on that side of the House. We got to have data, and I got to have data for CATSA Plus. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral question, Cassie, member Cam Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the minister doesn't have the data, then how does he know that security lines have been reduced by 30%? His officials are telling the City of Yellowknife it's going to be 60%. He's telling this House it's 30%, and now he's telling this House he doesn't have the numbers to justify additional expansions of security time. So how is the minister getting his information? Thank you.
Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said, clearly the member is not listening to what I'm saying. We are collecting data out there. Our data has clearly told us that the reduction in wait time is down by 30%. We're doing it manually. We have a person sitting there collecting that data. We will get this information more clearly even when we put in an automated system. We're at 1.2 lines right now. It has to be at 2 lines to have more significant more traffic at the Yellowknife Airport for them to make a decision to install 2 lines. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Oral question, Cassie, member Cam Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am listening to the minister. I don't know if he's listening to my questions. He's providing some answers, but I'd like to know if he can produce this information. Will he table the numbers he has so far so the public can clearly understand exactly what the issues are and why we can't get this enhanced system that, again, people are asking for? Thank you.
Massey, Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't have a problem tabling any of this information. Clearly, the member is playing on words here. We are doing our due diligence to try to improve the system. We are working with CATSA Plus, and I want even to get more information out there for the general public, and I want them to know this. When we work with CATSA's system, we have to supply the space for free. We have to supply the electricity for free. We have to supply the heat for free. It's not like this is just some ad hoc thing we are doing. We are trying to improve times at the airport for the general public. As I said, there's a lot of pressure on the system. I said yesterday in the House that we are working with CATSA Plus. There's definitely a deficiency around the amount of people that are employed out there. We work with them closely. I mentioned the type of signage and stuff that we've worked with CATSA Plus to improve wait times and try to get people through the lineups faster. Some of these people that are traveling through our airport are definitely not savvy travelers. They're not on the airplane every week like some people are. And we are working with them closely to improve these things. And it's not just something where I can snap the finger and ask the federal government to put another line in. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Oral question. Ikedayakani, the member Nehende.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Standing Committee of Social Development received a presentation from the N.W.T. Housing Corporation about the senior planning study. I have to say I'm very impressed with the quality of the work done by the corporation. My questions today are for the Minister responsible for the N.W.T. Housing Corporation. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister explain why the corporation primary focuses on the communities of Hay River and Yellowknife when you look at the projected seniors population from 2028? We have 4 communities that will see seniors populations increase of over 90%. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank and welcome the members' comments about the public presentation that we had with committee yesterday. As members know, that seniors are one of the fastest and growing populations, not only in the Northwest Territories, but right across Canada. In terms of the question that was asked, in terms of Yellowknife and Hay River, they are the 2 largest seniors populations in the Northwest Territories, and we do know that there is existing seniors infrastructure that will require replacement. I have said that in the House before. Just want to remind all members that we have also invested over the last few years in building seniors complexes in the communities of Aklavik, Fort Liard, N.W.T, Fort Good Hope, and Fort McPherson. And as I've mentioned in a statement that I had addressed last week and answering questions this week, that we are going to be developing community housing plans and looking at the priorities of the communities and getting their input in where they need to invest our dollars. And looking forward to that, meeting with our leadership and community members. And I do appreciate that the member is concerned and with the results of the study. And we look forward to using that study to look at how we're going to invest dollars moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Oral question. Ikedayakani, member Nehende.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and I understand that we're going out and doing community housing plans, and that's really good. But there's 33 communities, and some of the communities are seeing elders populations increase drastically here. Mr. Speaker, I've spoken in this House about elders in the Henday riding that want to stay in their home community and prefer their own home. However, O&M costs may be difficult for them, and they would like to maybe stay in a housing unit. Will the minister be willing to look at adding 4-plex units for smaller communities in N.W.T. Housing Corporation's plan should communities show a demand for this type of infrastructure before the housing plans are done? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During yesterday's public presentation, we did get some discussions back and forth about the respect for our elders, and I think all 19 of us and and anybody in this house does respect our elders and want to promote and work with them to live as long as they can in their units. And yes, obviously, we would be looking at fourplexes in the community should the communities want to pursue that. It would be energy efficient over the existing designs that we have had in the past, and also would reduce the cost of construction. So as we work with communities and leaders developing these community plans, that I would be more than open to looking at these fourplexes. As I mentioned, we want to keep our elders living in their units as long as we can. Also providing those units in the 5 communities that I mentioned previously, and having respect for our elders, their knowledge, and what they can continue to provide to our youth and our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Masi. Oral question, Tada Kasi member Nahinde.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I couldn't agree more with the Minister. Yeah, elders are very important, and they are our foundation, and I'm greatly happy to hear that the Minister and the Corporation is looking at that, and they will look into it maybe even before community plans are done if communities come forward. My next question is, in some of the smaller communities, we do not have contractors or tradespeople in there, and other regional centers, contractors do not find the projects big enough that are happening in these small communities to bid on them. So we can see projects delayed or not done at all. So Mr. Speaker, can the Minister advise if the Corporation has looked at this challenge and thought about a possible solution, such as using the local housing authority staff to help deal with these types of concerns? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Masi. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and yes, we have looked at that. We know that there is a concern in some of our smaller communities that don't have contractors or anyone that can do a housing maintainer program or do repairs for some of our homeowners, but even our elders. We do provide support through our care prevention maintenance programs, as well as seniors aging in place program. As well as other resources that we can bring to the table. As we discussed yesterday, and as I've said in the House, we are going to be looking at a Northern Housing Summit. And in the public meeting yesterday, I did say once that is all settled and confirmed, we will be inviting, putting out an invitation to committee to come and listen to that. But it's something that we are looking at and will be addressing, and providing those services to the communities. And thank the member for bringing that up, is because something that we have seen and we are going to be looking at addressing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Masi. Oral question, Nundere Kasi member Nahinde.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for all his answers to this point. And I think it's great to see that the department or the Corporation is looking at this, trying to help our elders and the smaller communities. So that's a very positive step. During the presentation and now on the floor, the Minister spoke about a Northern Housing Summit. I found this to be very exciting when we were at the session there, or the presentation and here on the floor. Can the Minister please tell the House where the summit will be held, who and when, or when will it be happening, and who will be invited to the summit besides the Standing Committee of Social Development? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Masi. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once the dates are finalized, we're just going through a draft agenda right now. All of our staff and our stakeholders are pretty excited about this summit. It's going to be the first one that's ever been held in the Northwest Territories. We have been providing that information to Indigenous governments. We also have met with the Seniors Society and the N.W.T. Disabilities Council to have them come and do a presentation. Right now, we're looking at having the summit up in Inuvik, mainly because, as I've said in this House, we've had a very strong partnership with the Univalid Regional Corporation. They have worked on partnering with us in our capital planning and the work that we've done. And we want to showcase the work that they've done for the N.W.T. Housing Corporation. So we're looking at Inuvik. Once the dates are finalized, I will share with committee. And once again, we did do an open invitation to committee, and we can actually open it up to all members. But we are working with our stakeholders that have an interest in our housing needs across the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question, the member Tunde Willade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in my member statement, I talk about a possibility of a winter road to Tlutsalke on Great Slave Lake. I'd like to ask the minister if the minister would do an internal look at the possibility of constructing a winter road on the Great Slave Lake to Tlutsalke. Thank you.
Merci. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The answer would be no, but the reason I would be no, because the members already asked a couple times about us to have a look at putting the ice crossing into Tlutsalke, and there's significant challenges around that, around safety and construction and maintenance, and we believe that this will outweigh the possible benefits of putting something like that in. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question, member Tunde.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe that they had constructed a winter road into Tlutsalke in the past. It could be an opportunity to look at it again. I'd like to ask the minister if you would at least take a look at it and maybe have some of the officials that do their ice profiling and whatnot to look at something and have a discussion with the opportunities with such a road with the community. Thank you.
Merci. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I can certainly get my staff to give me a quick update on it, but from what I know about ice roads being in this portfolio now for the last 3.5 years we have significant challenges, Mr. Speaker, even with the Great Bear Lake Delaney crossing. It's given us a lot of grief over the last couple of years, and even on that one with a very short ice crossing that's there, it has very similar challenges that we have on Great Slave Lake with pressure ridges and stuff, as the members clearly stated in his member's statement. We are planning to look at rerouting an overland route for that in the future. With that said, you know, these challenges that we have on Great Slave Lake are probably even bigger than what we're having on Great Bear Lake. We have an ice platform that is especially large and easily shifts, and there's great concerns about safety around that, and safety is our #1 priority. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question, member Tunde Willade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reason I'm asking the minister to discuss with the local people is that what I'm told by the people in Tlutsalke is there is a short window, a small window maybe, or a short time frame in which the road would be okay. So, and it could be as short as 2 weeks, like I indicated, and could be as long as a month before the pressure ridges start to come. So again, I'm asking the minister, like he said he could get the staff to look at it again. So I'm asking if there's all a possibility that maybe it would not be a construction ice road that would be constructed for regular traffic, but maybe something that would be done to haul in, say, the health center, should that be ready to receive materials in the community. I'd like to ask the minister would look at the possibility of looking at this from a special type of situation where there'll be a short time frame versus a regular full ice road that usually constructed to the other communities that need ice roads. Thank you.
Merci. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said, I can have a quick conversation with our staff, but everything that I've talked about previously on this particular type of project, particularly on Great Slave Lake, as I said, the safety standards and pressure ridges and unpredictable situations that could happen on Great Slave Lake, the department clearly told me that they do not think that they would meet our current safety standards. But I can have that conversation internally with our department and get back to the member on what the possibility would, but at this point it clearly shows that this would not be possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question, member Tunde Willade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can understand the liability insurance and everything that the government has to do realize or have in place when they are building ice roads. Would the minister consider supporting maybe a local group out of Lutsalke to be able to construct an ice road that could be used for the community as a test to see how long the ice road would last? I mean, it changes season to season, I realize that, but would the minister be willing to, again, maybe have a discussion have his department discuss the possibility of supporting a group in Lutsalke to construct the ice road from here to Lutsalke? Thank you.
Merci. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said, there's some serious concerns around safety around this, as I said, and as the minister, I'm not quite prepared to look at it. If we were to even discuss having someone in Lutsalke have a look at this thing, it's going to cost some money, and that would have to go through the budgetary process, and that's a discussion that I can have with the member going forward, but that's going to be up to the 19th Legislative Assembly if we were to look at budgeting something like that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question, the member Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. My questions are for the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. I spoke in my statement earlier today about the ongoing administrative review of income security programs. My understanding is that the review is to be completed and changes implemented before the end of the Assembly. Can the Minister give us an update on the work? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So what we've done so far with the income support program, I know that our department regularly reviews the income support program to make sure that they're updated regularly, but I've taken it a step further, and so I've actually met with all of the NGOs, as many as possible that I could, recognizing that time was not on my side in this endeavor. So I met with the NGOs. I asked them to bring, every NGO was invited to bring one person who is accessing income support at this time, so that we can have a voice from them. Nothing about us without us is my philosophy. Since we compiled that information, we provided a what we heard report. We've sent out a request to MLAs and to Indigenous governments to ask them for feedback on our income support program. And then as soon as we get that feedback, and as soon as this session is finished, it is one of my major priorities to get tackling. So we'll be looking at, again, we don't have a lot of time left in this Assembly, we'll be looking at short-term, mid-term, and long-term goals, and I'm going to start knocking off those short-term goals. People know me for doing that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question, member Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thanks to the Minister. It's all good news, and I do sincerely appreciate her work on this area. I've repeatedly mentioned the need to index our income security programs, and of course those include income assistance, student financial assistance, seniors, and benefits to people with disabilities. And we need to index those to the cost of living. So is the indexing of income security payments an element of the current review, and will recommendations be made to introduce indexing? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So at the current time, right now, we don't do the indexing, but we have made a number of enhancements to the programs just in the last few years. We've increased our senior citizen supplementary benefit, we've increased the N.W.T child benefit, we've improved our senior home heating subsidy, we've extended our rental allowances for single applicants, and then, of course, in our proposed mains for the 1920, we proposed an increase for disabled and aged allowance for people. I am looking forward to the results of all of the MLAs and in the Indigenous governments, and if that is a concern, then I'm looking forward to seeing it in the surveys from the MLAs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral question, member Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thanks to the Minister for that, and I'll certainly be recommending indexing, and the Minister knows this, but I've also mentioned problems where income assistance recipients find themselves where they don't actually have any money to live on because of, windfalls or wages from previous benefit periods, recalculations and so on. So is there any consideration being given to repayment plans much like rental arrears plans, to reduce the hardship of drastic benefit reductions. Must Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm actually quite disappointed to actually hear that question because it's a major concern for me. People cannot afford to just get penalized if they're on income support. They're some of our most marginalized populations, and so we need to work with them. It's not okay to just cut them off. So I inquired with the department, and my understanding is that the minimum repayment, we try to work with them so that there's not a financial hardship. The minimum repayment is $25 a month. One of the critiques I did hear from the NGOs, and I'm thinking that is part of our problem, is we're not good at communicating. And I think that goes across a lot of departments. So right now, we're looking at our communication. I want people in the public to know that if you have to pay income support back, come to us. We want to support you. Make a repayment plan. We try to make it within your financial means. The lowest amount will be $25 a month. I'm hoping that that is affordable for people. We should not be penalizing the most marginalized in our population. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Oral question, Nundira Council Member Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thanks to the Minister for that. And I have discussed with her constituent issues, raised this issue with her. We've got clear cases we've discussed together. So, I've got constituents that get cut off and they've got nothing to live with. So we've got to fix this. And I hear the commitment from the Minister to work on this. And I expect all of my colleagues to give her suggestions on how to improve the system, because we shouldn't be cutting people off. But I have supported the Minister in this administrative review, and I hope it includes indexing. But we need a more systematic approach, Mr. Speaker, one that's around a basic income guarantee. So I'm wondering, can the Minister tell us whether she has considered a basic income guarantee pilot project here in the Northwest Territories, and when is she prepared to see that happen? I'll see, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think yesterday I talked a little bit about things I've been called and not being called easy and not being called lazy. One thing I have been called is, and I don't even know where it comes from, but I've been called a little bit of a socialist. And within a socialist, within that system, the guaranteed basic income would fit very well, and I do adhere to it. So I had asked the department about it, and my understanding from the department was that there wasn't a lot of research on it that showed it worked. I'm not accepting that answer, Mr. Speaker. So I've asked the department to go back and look at that research again and show it to me. My worry is that I believe in it. I think it may be one of the right way to go. But I'm also concerned about the time we have left in this assembly. So I'm doing the research now. If my findings prove that it's viable, then it will be in my recommendations for the next assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Oral question, the member Yellowknife Centre.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions are for the Minister responsible for the status of women. International Women's Day will soon be upon us, and traditionally it's been the time that the Status of Women Council announces the annual winners of the Wise Women Awards. There weren't any awards last year, and I haven't seen a call for nominations this year, so I'm wondering if the Minister could tell us what's up with the Wise Women Awards. Thank you.
Massey. Minister responsible for status of women.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Wise Women Awards is a very important event. It recognizes the contributions that women have made in society. So we did talk about it. I met with Violet Campbell-Blondin actually on January 15th to talk about many things. That was one of them. So we had talked about different things. They were talked about maybe changing the time to coincide with October with the Women's History Month. So that's probably why you haven't seen anything in the paper now. We've also been working closely, my Women's Special Advisor has been working with them to look at alternative fundings. We've applied to a few of the mines. We've got a commitment from one of the mines. We've asked, one of the other mines has asked for more clarification on it, so we're in the process of doing that for them. They can also access some of the money through the Women's Initiative grant. So the other thing that I should say that they're talking about is not doing it in the capital, because it limits, it's more expensive and it limits the amount of people. One thing I've learned in the last 3 years is how community-focused community people are. You have an event, it doesn't matter what it is. They come out in hordes, there's big meals, there's gatherings. When we only do it in Yellowknife, those people are limited. So Status Women was looking at actually changing the format a bit and having those women recognized in their home communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral question, Akira Cassie, member, Yellowknife Center.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have some follow-up questions. I just want to be clear that it's up to the Status of Women Council to have independent fundraising for these awards. Do I understand that correctly? Thank you.
Minister responsible for Status of Women.
Thank you. I'm thinking I wasn't clear enough. The Status of Women Council will be able to access funds through the Women's Initiative Grant, which is from the N.W.T, Government of the Northwest Territories. The special advisor that works with my position, with me, is working with the Status of Women to assist them to write proposals to the mines to access additional funding for that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Masi. Oral question, Tadade Cassie, member, Yellowknife Center.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, could the minister tell us of the awards that she's familiar with through her ministries in the last 3 years, which other awards the organizations are fundraising for? Thank you.
Masi. Minister responsible for Status of Women.
I don't understand the question either.
Like N.W.T?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm a little bit confused with the question, but I'll try my best to answer. Many organizations who apply for the Women's Initiative grants, we only have $50,000. We try to allocate them usually around $5,000 each, sometimes more, depending on the number of proposals and the need of requests. Many of those organizations, Mr. Speaker, access additional funding for their projects. So it's not unusual for many people to look for lots of opportunities for funding, and I encourage that. People need to look for funding in as many ways as they can. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral question, Nundere Cassie, member, Yellowknife Center.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this government gives out a tremendous number of awards. We recognize people who speak Indigenous languages, we recognize volunteers, we recognize firefighters, we recognize people with Premier's Awards. As far as I know, no one is responsible for fundraising money for those awards. They are part of the department's budget. So I'm wondering why the Status of Women is being treated differently in being told that they need to write proposals to corporate funders in order to host the Wise Women Awards. Thank you.
Masi. Minister responsible for Status of Women.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I first assumed this position few years ago, actually, I had made the wrong assumption, I guess, that the Status of Women actually worked in closer partnership with myself as the Minister of Status of Women. It was very clear from Standing Committee that they wanted us to have a hands-off approach, let the Status of Women be their own entity. I heard that loud and clear, so I've been walking on very thin ice with them and trying to be supportive versus directive. They are not a government department. They are an independent agency, so therefore there would be differences. There are other agencies that I'm sure provide other events that aren't all 100% sponsored by the N.W.T as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Masi. Oral question, Ikere County, the member South 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following up in my statement, can the Minister of Health and Social Services confirm if regional wellness councils plan to engage joint meetings with community-based chief and council groups? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Masi. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I said a week or two ago in some responses around regional wellness councils, they do have the ability to set their agendas, and if they wanted to have some meetings with other groups, they'd certainly be able to do that. It's my understanding right now that that has not been done. None of the regional wellness councils have established or set up meetings with other bodies to share information or to talk. It's not a horrible idea. I'll certainly raise it with the territorial authority and the board chair as a potential and an opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question na Kidder, Council Member Satu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for that response. Awareness of services is really essential and concerning discussion when we go back to our communities. My next question there, Mr. Speaker, can the Minister confirm if there is a human resource career and training strategy in 6 of the regional centres? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Minister of Health and Social Service.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not 100% sure what the member is asking. I do know that the territorial authority does have some human resource functions to help them do some strategic planning to ensure that they're supporting their staff. They work closely with the Human Resource Department of Finance to do recruitment and retention, to do staffing. I'm not sure exactly what the member is asking. Within the strategic plan, there is talk about the recruitment and retention of hard-to-recruit allied health professionals, nurses, social workers, and others. But as far as an individual plan by community or region, I'm not 100% sure if that's what the member is asking. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question, Tada, Council Member Satu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll ask the question again. There is a regional training plan here or a successional plan for each of the 6 RWCs that are looking at employment opportunities, training opportunities on their respective area for that particular regional wellness council. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Minister of Health and Social Service.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the regional wellness councils across the Northwest Territories are there to provide us insight, wisdom, and make recommendations on ways to improve the delivery of programs and services in their regions and the communities. Recruiting and retaining professionals is certainly an issue that affects everybody in health and social services system, and I've reached out to Indigenous governments, and for the regional wellness councils that I have met with, we have talked about trying to find ways to encourage local people to pursue health and social services careers. The Regional Wellness Council members themselves, we do provide training to them on their roles and responsibilities on the Regional Wellness Council. We don't work to help them get employed. And I'm not sure that's what the member's saying. I'm not 100% sure I understand exactly what the member's asking me, but as far as getting advice and direction on how to encourage young people to pursue these careers, we're certainly open to them for advice and their wisdom. Thank you.
Question, Nundere, Council Member Satu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There, I'll work with the Minister on training plan opportunities within the department for the Satu area, for example. My last question here, can the Minister confirm if there is a plan in place for traditional medicine awareness campaigns in the Satu, for example, or any of the other regions, how traditional medicine is being researched and engaged into some of the systems that they would apply for? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Minister of Health and Social Service.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is an area that traditionally over the years has been followed up on or addressed. I made a commitment within this government to work with Indigenous leaders and interested stakeholders to bring traditional healing and wellness into our health and social services system. We worked closely with the Indigenous governments here, put together a working group who actually helped us develop some terms of reference for the creation and establishment of a traditional wellness or traditional healing advisory group, and we have put that committee in place, that working group in place. Their role is to provide us advice and recommendations on how to incorporate more traditional healing, wellness medicines into our system of health and social services here. They're in early days. We haven't received information or report back from them, but we look forward to what they're going to be able to produce and the advice and guidance they can provide us around traditional healing, wellness, medicines, those types of things. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Oral question, Kadaya County, the member Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions today are for the Minister of Industry, Tourism and Investment. I spoke a little earlier today in my statement about the growing tourism sector and how well it's doing in terms of diversifying our economy. I would like to just start by asking the Minister, what is the department doing, or has the department reviewed the growing tourism sector with reference to how fast the sector is growing? Like, how are they measuring it? What metrics are they using? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Minister of Industry, Tourism and Investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Based on, a lot of comments that we've had from members when we were in committee around data collection and stuff, the Department of ITI has definitely stepped up our progress around trying to get more data and build them into our business plans and stuff going forward, so there's more information for everybody. But for tourism industry, we track how many people are coming to the Northwest Territories. You've clearly heard me say in the House how much money has been spent and how much is spent by individuals from different demographic markets in the Northwest Territories. And this is the type of information that's going to help feed into our 2025 tourism plan going forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Oral question, Kadaya County, member Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the Minister sharing some of that information. Maybe I'll take that a little bit further and just ask, the Minister referred to good information and good data being collected. Can you share a little bit more with, where would a budding entrepreneur find this information? Where and how is it being collected? If I was a new startup business and I wanted to find this data so it could feed into my business plan, how and where do I find this kind of information? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Minister of Industry, Tourism and Investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Depending on what industry, part of tourism that this operator would want to go into, be it fishing or big game hunting or aurora viewing, we have all this type of data within the department from the amount of people that come to the Northwest Territories from different regions, as I've said, different demographics, the money that they spend, the number of viewing days that are possible with aurora viewing, these sorts of things. And we continue to grow that database, and I suspect if an entrepreneur wanted to get that information, which would be good advice, and I think the member is asking the right question, if you're going to go into this industry, you need to do your homework, they can certainly just come directly to the Department of Industry, Tourism and Investment to get that information.
Question, Kadaya County, member Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you to the Minister for providing that reply. Mr. Speaker, we know that there's a major increase of new operators, especially within the Yellowknife region, and with that influx of new operators comes some questions and concerns about safety, and in particular public safety. And so I would like to ask the Minister, with regards to road safety, cold climate, conditions on ice, and even going out on trails, what kind of qualifications and training and licensing does a new operator require? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Minister of Industry, Tourism and Investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've said in the House before, we're one of the only jurisdictions and few jurisdictions in Canada that need to have a tourism operator license in the Northwest Territories. We've had some very concerns, I guess, is a way to put it, around how some of these operators have been operating, particularly around the Ingham Trail. So we've attached a safety plan that has to be presented to the department to be able to access your license. So anyone that's operating, and particularly in the North Slave region, who the member's riding represents, they have to have these two permits in place to be able to operate in the Northwest Territories in a safe manner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Oral question, Kadaya County, member Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the reply from the Minister. And the Minister indicated that he is aware that some of these concerns have been raised. He indicates that there's training required in order to get these permits. But so let's say we've got the permits now. What is the department doing to monitor the tourism operators to make sure that they are actually, in fact, doing what they should in terms of protecting the public's interests? Does the department go and do random checks, or is there some kind of form of inspections that they undertake? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Minister of Industry, Tourism and Investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've said in the House before, we've implemented where the licensed holder has to have identification on their vehicle, a license plate of sort to say that they're a certified operator in the Northwest Territories. We've upped our patrol, particularly around the Ingram Trail. The safety issue there has been something we've been dealing with ever since I've been the minister. You know, there's different things. We're doing our pilot project this year around getting the operators into to some of our parks during the winter season and get them off the road. The member clearly heard concerns from his constituents out on the Ingram Trail about people just stopping their buses along the Ingram Trail, turning their lights off for aurora viewing. This is a big concern of ours, along with the multitude of extra traffic that we have there with the resupply of the mine. So this is a great concern of all of ours, and we are working on these things to try to improve customer safety, also to provide a better experience for the visitors to the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Oral question, the member in N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, earlier I spoke about the lack of funding for Indigenous languages in the Northwest Territories, and I have questions for the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. Mr. Speaker, my question is, does the Minister believe that there is an imbalance in the way Indigenous languages are funded compared to French languages in the Northwest Territories? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to be careful how I stated this one because I don't want to start a war between French people and Indigenous people. There is a difference. There's a difference based on constitutional standing of French in Canada and the rights right across all of the territories and provinces within that. It is one of the two official languages for Canada, so that is recognized. All of the work that we're doing with Indigenous languages is around revitalization because we're losing them. It's a concern for mine. It should be a concern for every Indigenous person in the Northwest Territories and across Canada, and I know it is. And it's also, my understanding, it's a concern for the federal government, and they are trying to work closely to try to support Indigenous communities. So I'm hopeful that, I know we're coming up to a new election, but I'm really hopeful that the next government will also carry that torch and will promote more to support Indigenous, not only people, but Indigenous language, because language is culture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Oral question, the member in N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not trying to play favorites or anything like that, but knowing that the new bill that's coming out from the federal government doesn't really give the federal government obligations to work with Indigenous peoples on a closer basis. Mr. Speaker, last year the federal funding under the current agreement for French languages service and Indigenous languages will be 2019 and 2020. Mr. Speaker, my question is, has the department started to plan for what it wants to achieve for future generations? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, we're actually planning at this point now. So we're looking at, right now we're looking at the monies that we got, their impact and how it's used and the outcomes. And we're using that information as well as working with our community partners to look at the new negotiations that will be coming. That we are conscious that there will be an election, though, so we're hopeful that whatever government comes in will support this initiative as well. But we are working closely. We're looking at outcomes, and we're looking for as much support as we can get. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Oral question, member in N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the outlook from the minister. Mr. Speaker, we have a lot of Indigenous languages in the territory. I know sometimes it can be difficult working with many Indigenous governments, as we all need to take ownership when it comes to language and culture. Mr. Speaker, another question about negotiations for federal languages funding. Mr. Speaker, how does the department work with Indigenous language stakeholders when it's working with Canada to develop agreements like this? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Massey. Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So each region, and this was before my time, it's a great initiative and I'm going to support it right through, is we have regional Indigenous language coordinators in every region, and their responsibility is to work closely with the Indigenous governments and to lead and manage their regional Indigenous plans, their language plans. As well, we have the Aboriginal Language Revitalization Boards that we work closely with as well. So those groups are used to consult with, to give us advice, and to provide their opinions as we go into any kind of negotiations or any kind of programming around Indigenous languages or Indigenous services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question. The member Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, follow-up questions to for my statement yesterday. As I mentioned yesterday, the community of Sigachik at our ministerial tour echoed the need for a full-time nurse in the community. So I'd like to ask the Minister of Health and Social Services, as I mentioned, the community wants to know when we will have a full-time nurse in Sigachik. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at this time, there's no plans to put a full-time nurse into the community of Sigachik. We do get a public health nurse into the community for 1 day a week. We have physicians traveling to the community every 4 or 5 months. The community has access to services provided in other communities in cases of emergencies, including Fort McPherson and Inuvik. They have support through the Med Response Team that can support the community health worker in the community in times of crisis. But most importantly, we're working on that pilot that we've referenced several times to provide emergency response and emergency care in the community of Sigachik, and we've been working very closely with the community. I understand that we're just finalizing phase 2 and that there will be training in the community on the 25th of February to train local people to provide some of that emergency response in the times of crisis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question, member Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I recall, as I lived in the community in the mid-90s, we did have a full-time nurse in the community. So what has changed since that time? Why do we not have a nurse now? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Minister of Health and Social Service.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wasn't living in the community, and I certainly wasn't in this position back then, so I can't speak for the decisions of the day, but I know that we have a certain criteria for putting nurses in communities, which include size of community, access to services, co-location with RCMP, those types of things. But as technology changes, Mr. Speaker, the provision of our services can evolve, and we are certainly learning more as we go. The community is continuing to evolve. There may be a situation where it is appropriate to put a full-time nurse in that community, but with the supports we have today and with the enhancement of this pilot project, I think we should assess that pilot, see how it works out, and then continue to question whether or not it's appropriate to move a position in there on the full-time basis. As a note, Mr. Speaker, we do put a full-time nurse in that community for freeze-up and break-up. So there's, I think, 2 periods of about 8 couple weeks where there are full-time nurses in that community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Oral question, member Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and we look forward to those times when we do have that full-time nurse. So why doesn't the department just expand it a bit? And even 6 months out of the year would be great. Emergency response training is needed, but so is a nurse, Mr. Speaker. My constituents want to know when can we get a full-time nurse. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Minister of Health and Social Service.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in Sigachik Health Centre, there's a full-time community health worker who has access to Med Response and the professional services of nurses and doctors through Med Response. There's a part-time home support worker, and there's a half-time community health representative. The public health nurse goes in for 1 day per week. The public health nurse, as I indicated, remains in the community. When Highway 8 is inaccessible, we have a physician from Inuvik who provides services for 1 day every 4 to 5 weeks. And in urgent emergency situations, the community wellness worker can access MetaResponse. I understand the community's desire to have a full-time nurse. It's not currently in the plans. It's not in the plans for the life of this Assembly, but it will obviously continually be reviewed, continually be monitored, and should the community grow or be in such position that a full-time nurse is warranted, it will be done, but we're not there right now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral question, Nundere Akasi, member Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad the department is looking at it, as the minister stated, that if emergency response isn't working, then they will look at a full-time nurse. So I look forward to that, and I'll be sure to keep on top of this as well. So I thank the minister for that commitment, and will the minister live up to that commitment? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Masi. Minister of Health and Social Service.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Health and Social Services is committed to providing high-quality services to the residents across its territories. And, there's only 6 months left in this Assembly. Nobody knows what the next Assembly is going to look forward to. But as a system, we will continue to monitor the provision of services. As technologies and other things evolve, we may be in a position where it's appropriate to put a nurse in some of our smaller communities. It may be practical to do so. We can't say that that's not going to happen. We don't know how things are going to roll out, but this system is a system that will continually learn and continually evolve. I don't know where I'll be sitting in 6 months' time, so I'm certainly not prepared to make a commitment for future governments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Masi. Time for oral question has expired. Written questions. Written questions. Returns to written questions. Returns to written questions. Replies to Commissioner's opening address. Replies to Commissioner's opening address. Petitions. Petitions. Reports of Standing Special Committee. Reports of Standing Special Committee. Reports of Committee on the Review of Bills. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to report to the Assembly that the Standing Committee on Government Operations has reviewed Bill 31, Northwest Territories 911 Act, and that Bill 31 is now ready for consideration in Committee of the Whole. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Masi. Reports of Committee on Review of Bills. Reports on Committee on Review of Bills. Tabling of documents. Minister of Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following document entitled Follow-up Letter to Oral Questions 526-18, bracket 3, Dempster Highway windbreak at kilometer 4. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Masi. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Notices of motion. Notices of motion. Notices of motion for first reading of bills. Notices of motion, first reading of bills. Motions. Motions. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Minister of Industry, Tourism, and Investment.
Mr. Speaker, I move, second by the Honourable Member for Tabatra, that Bill 36, an act to amend the Petroleum Resource Act, be read for the second time. This bill amends the Petroleum Resource Act to clarify the authority of the Minister to delegate to a person the powers, duties, and functions assigned to the Minister, require the publication of additional notices respecting activities under the Act, require that specified licenses be made publicly available, amend the criteria for an interest holder to be eligible for significant discovery license and restrict the term of the significant discovery license, add consideration of Indigenous traditional knowledge and input from Indigenous organizations when appointing board members, increase public representation on Environmental Studies Management Board, clarify the requirements respecting conflicts of interest and remuneration of board members, require the disclosure of greater amounts of information with respect to activities Environmental Studies Research Fund, require the disclosure of greater amounts of information and clarify the obligations of minister and regulator with the respect of the confidentiality of information received by either of them and correct inconsistency and errors identified in the Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Masi. Motions in order to the principle of the bill. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Members may speak to the object, expediency, principles, and merits of a bill at second reading, and I will exercise that right with the proposed changes to the Petroleum Resources Act. I will speak to the process that got us here. I will also provide some comments on the bill and concerns with what is there and what is missing. The Petroleum Resources Act set the rules on how rights to explore and produce oil and gas in those lands where the N.W.T owns the resources. It sets out how N.W.T will act as the owner of the onshore oil and gas resources in those subsurface lands owned by Indigenous governments. I want to speak to the process, Mr. Speaker. The bill will amend the Petroleum Resources Act, which mirrors the Canada Petroleum Resources Act that the federal government had used to administer oil and gas rights in the Northwest Territories prior to devolution. The federal legislation still applies in the offshore areas of the N.W.T. Oil and gas rights are administered much differently than mineral rights, where free entry has prevailed for hundreds of years. Oil and gas rights are only acquired through an initial expression of interest, which is decided by a bidding system. This is not a first-come, first-served approach. Benefits plans may also be required, followed by exploration licenses, significant discovery licenses, and production licenses. This is a far more rational approach to resource management than exists for mining. With devolution effective April 1st, 2014, our government has had the opportunity to develop our own legislation on oil and gas rights disposition. The public part of that process began on in March 2018 with the release of a discussion paper, Updates to the N.W.T's Petroleum Legislation. Community drop-in sessions were held March to May 2018. The scope of the discussion paper and proposed changes to the Petroleum Resources Act was limited to the following general areas: delegation authority of the Minister, confidentiality, Environmental Studies Management Board composition, Environmental Studies Research Fund accountability and reporting, transparency of licenses, modernizing public notices, and significant discovery license options. The Department made it clear that this was the first of a two-step process of changing the legislation. Broader changes are still to come in some key areas, including royalties. I think a two-step process makes sense, but I would have preferred that the royalty regime be included to make sure our government gets a fair share of our petroleum resources when they're extracted. In contrast to the approach taken by the Minister and his department in terms of developing the mining legislation, changes to the oil and gas legislation have been better managed and more public information was made available, including cross-jurisdictional research and analysis and best practices. The Minister also provided clear information responses to committee requests, and I commend them for that work. The What We Heard report from the consultation was released on July 25, 2018. It was a thorough review of the comments submitted and rationale for preferred direction moving forward. All of the written submissions made to ITI are still available on their website, which is an improvement over the approach to the mining legislation where such submissions are not public. As I understand it, there was some Indigenous government involvement in the development of the bill, as is legally required. As I said last week, we are still trying to figure out how to mesh this new way of developing legislation with a public government approach of the executive holding the pen and the legislature conducting a review. Clearly, a lessons learned review is required for the development process on post-devolution legislation, as the processes across departments and even within departments has varied wildly with different outcomes and satisfaction levels. Mr. Speaker, I want to move on to the principles and merit of the bill. The bill is about petroleum resource rights management. It is not about promoting oil and gas development. The department certainly does a very good job at promoting oil and gas development, even if there is virtually no production from lands that we own and little to no interest from the hydrocarbon industry, despite Cabinet's heavy promotion. In my view, it is an inherent conflict of interest for a department to promote something and attempt to impartially regulate it at the same time. This is not good governance. Unlike mining in the N.W.T, there is an impartial oil and gas regulator for many aspects of exploration and development, and in my opinion, they are doing a good job. That being said, I'm still of the view that oil and gas rights should not be regulated by the Department of Industry, Tourism and Investment, but by the Department of Lands that already has systems and expertise in place for surface lands management. This would remove the apprehension of bias. There are definitely some improvements in this bill to how this government attempts to manage oil and gas. The minister will have the ability to delegate authority to departmental staff to carry out duties under the Petroleum Resources Act, including to the Office of the Regulator of Oil and Gas Operations. There is no requirement for a notice to be issued of such delegation, which is contained in the other oil and gas bill for delegations by the regulator. A public notice of delegations under the Petroleum Resources Act by the minister would be a good idea and should be included as we move forward. There is the potential for improved public notice of licenses issued for oil and gas exploration and production, including changes to the terms and conditions. While the discussion paper had suggested online publication, the bill, unfortunately, leaves the minister with total discretion as to how public notice might be given. This seems to be part of a very troubling trend that we are beginning to see with this post-devolution legislation, where ministers are increasingly being given discretion and authority rather than setting standards of performance in the statutes themselves. The other issue with notice requirements in the bill is that notice is not required to be given to relevant Indigenous governments, as is the case with the proposed new mining legislation. Notice alone is also not sufficient for this government to comply with the concept of free, prior, and informed consent is found in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. I understand that oil and gas rights are managed differently and that the agreement of communities is usually sought before expression of interests are sought, but notice requirements will still need to be reviewed very carefully in this bill, Mr. Speaker. We have a very antiquated system of registration of oil and gas rights where fees are are required for examination and reproduction of records. The Oil and Gas Rights Management section of the ITI website is a model of non-disclosure where almost no specific information can be found. There appears to be errors in the dates for the very few postings that have been made. This definitely needs a lot of work and improvement if it is to be relied upon as the major source of public notification. The bill could help with that, but reporting and notice should become mandatory and online, with provision for interested parties to register to receive notices as they are filed. The bill will require the minister to make all the licenses public, which is an important first step and a definite improvement over current practice. Further steps towards more responsible resource development would see opportunities for the public to review and comment on license applications, something that the discussion paper briefly mentioned but is not reflected in the bill. There should also be a requirement for the minister to table an annual report on oil and gas rights administration and management. One of the most contentious issues over the years with oil and gas management has been around confidentiality of information. The current legislation is a model of government secrecy. There is a mandatory requirement to keep almost everything secret. That's not how public governments should manage public resources, and I was pleased to see the department even mentioned the Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative that I highlighted in the House yesterday in attempting to get the Minister of Finance to provide minimal details on resource royalties. The bill may also allow for the disclosure of more information. The problem is that there are some very broad categories of information that can be held back, including financial, commercial, scientific, and technical data. This definitely needs to be clarified, with the onus placed on the party submitting the information to prove that it should be kept secret. There is finally a definition for hydraulic fracturing in this bill, and it will require the disclosure of chemicals that are to be used, at least to the regulators. Hopefully we can find a way to ensure that the public is informed of these operations if they ever happen here, and despite Cabinet's efforts to avoid dealing with the issue of fracking, even though it is part of our mandate. Changes are proposed to the Environmental Studies Research Fund in this bill. This fund is an interesting and innovative way to improve understanding of the impacts of oil and gas exploration and production on the environment. It's also a good example of polluter pays. The holders of oil and gas rights pay relatively small levies to enable research on impacts to be funded and published, and I think this approach should also be applied to the mining sector. The fund is managed by a board appointed by the minister and made up of individuals nominated by industry and government. There is currently a space for someone from the public. Under this bill, Indigenous governments will be able to nominate individuals to serve on the board, which is a good step and one that I urge the minister to ensure is in the legislation. This is certainly in keeping with the co-management approach in the land rights agreements. This part of the bill would be even stronger if half of the board membership came from Indigenous government nominees. I believe there is a strong case for improving the credibility of the board by removing the requirement for industry and government employee representatives. All the board members can and should be there for the public interest. The accountability and reporting of the board will also be improved under the bill, and I support and indeed have suggested this needs to happen. The Conflict of Interest Act will apply to the board members under this bill, which is an interesting move, one that I will be looking to better understand. Annual reporting by the board will become more prescriptive with information required on projects funded. I note for the record that the board does such reporting now. I've saved the best for last, Mr. Speaker, significant discovery licenses. This concept arose in the federal legislation we inherited. It allows companies to have exclusive ownership of oil and gas rights without having to do any work or pay any fees forever. Companies can get these licenses without doing anything except being near another significant discovery license. A minister could require drilling to take place, but this has never been done. Such licenses amount to a resource giveaway that does nothing for our economy or for future generations. Unfortunately, this has happened under our watch already, where the minister has issued 10 significant discovery licenses since 2016. The area covered by these licenses is almost 2,200 square kilometers, an area about 39% of Prince Edward Island. This government will get no revenues, generate no taxes, ensure no employment and no benefits from these areas that are now tied up virtually forever. The minister had and still has options to change this bad movie. This should have been fixed after devolution rather than waiting for 5 years. There was no reason to wait this long, and other options may have been open to the minister. The bill does try to fix this problem in some small ways. Drilling requirements will have to be completed on exploration licenses before they can be converted to significant discovery licenses. This is helpful, but drilling on exploration licenses appears to be at the complete discretion of the minister. If the objective is to generate activity and benefits, exploration should be a mandatory requirement to maintain the rights, as is the case with mining. Personally, I would prefer to see a cash bid system rather than the current work bid system with benefit plans, and that's what the Nunavut did with their subsurface rights. The biggest change with regard to significant discovery licenses under the bill would be a term of 15 years. Not sure why that figure or why that length of term was picked, and I look forward to exploring it, but extensions to these licenses may be possible with the minister again having total discretion. In summary, I commend the department and the minister for a more open and transparent approach to amending the Petroleum Resources Act. I wish that we were also dealing with the royalty regime, but there is not as much urgency given the lack of production and interest, so this can wait. There are improvements in the bill, and the significant discovery license issues problem may get resolved soon. I hope for reduced confidentiality requirements, better public notice, and actual opportunities for the public to comment on and review license applications, as is the case with our co-management regime for virtually all other resources. There are also changes to the Environmental Studies Research Fund, and I will push for further improvements. This bill is a good start, and I look forward to working with my colleagues on the Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment to hear what Indigenous governments, non-governmental organizations, industry, and the public have to say. Masi, Mr. Speaker.
Masi, to the principle of the bill. Question's been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carried. Bill 36 has had a second reading and is now referred to the Standing Committee. Second reading of bills. Minister of Industry, Tourism, and Investment.
Mr. Speaker, I move, second by the Honourable Member for Tabacha, that Bill 37, an act to amend the Oil and Gas Operations Act, be read for the second time. This bill amends the Oil and Gas Operations Act to clarify the authority of the minister and the regulator to delegate to a person the powers, duties, and functions assigned to them, expand the authority of the regulator to issue guidelines and interpretation notes, allows the regulator to conduct public hearings and specify the powers of the regulator may exercise in the conduct of the hearings, require the minister to table an annual report on the activities of the regulator, require the disclosure of greater amounts of information, and clarify the obligations of the minister and the regulator with respect to the confidentiality of information received by either of them, and clarify the requirements surrounding proof of financial responsibilities for holders of authorizations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Motions in order to the principle of the bill. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Members may be relieved to know that I will not repeat my comments on the process for this bill, as this was covered in my remarks on Bill 36. The Oil and Gas Operations Act regulates activities that take place when companies explore for and produce onshore oil and gas, even on Indigenous subsurface lands. It deals with safety, environmental protection, and resident benefits from exploration and production activities. The Minister's main role under the Act is to approve benefit plans related to exploration. A regulator approves plans for safety and sustainably, for safely and sustainably drilling wells and building production facilities, monitors operations to make sure that everything is going according to filed plans, and oversees the process of decommissioning and abandoning oil and gas facilities. OROGO, or the Office of the Regulator of Oil and Gas Operations, is the regulator for most onshore areas, and in an odd twist, the National Energy Board is the regulator for the N.W.T settlement region and offshore. The bill will amend the Oil and Gas Operations Act, which mirrors the Federal Canada Oil and Gas Operations Act. The scope of the proposed changes to the Oil and Gas Operations Act are limited to the following general areas: delegation authority of the minister and the regulator, guidelines and interpretation notes will be allowed by the regulator for all of its areas of responsibilities. The regulator will have the ability to hold public hearings and set its own rules for hearings. The regulator will be required to prepare an annual report. Confidentiality of information may be reduced. Proof of financial security will be required for the duration of an operation, even after decommissioning. It is not clear whether there will be any further changes to the Act as part of the overall second phase of reviewing how N.W.T manages oil and gas resources. The minister and the regulator will have the ability to delegate authority to carry out duties under the Act, but only the regulator is required to provide public notice of such delegations. In my view, the minister should also be required to give notice of delegations. The powers and authorities of the regulator are being clarified in the bill, and that is a good thing. The regulator will be able to provide greater guidance with regard to all of its duties and responsibilities. This will help create greater certainty for industry, Indigenous governments, other regulators, and the public. The regulator will also have the ability to hold public hearings and set its own rules for such proceedings. While I support this move, I believe the bill should also set out when such public hearings are mandatory. Annual reports will also be required of regulators, and OROGO already does this, and I commend them for doing that voluntarily. The same provisions around confidentiality of information is found in Bill 36 appear to be repeated in this bill. The current legislation is not as restrictive as the other oil and gas legislation, and that's a better place to start from. The problem is that there are some very broad categories of information that can be held back, including financial, commercial, scientific, and technical data. This definitely needs to be clarified, with the onus placed on the parties submitting the information to prove that it should be kept secret, rather than use the assumption that things are secret unless an active decision is made to make them public. There's also a definition for hydraulic fracturing in this bill, and that could improve the amount of information that may be made available to the public around such operations. There is a significant change to the requirement for proof of financial responsibility under this bill. The current legislation only requires proof of financial responsibility for the duration of the operation, which may not include abandonment or decommissioning. We want to make sure that an operator remains responsible for closure until the regulator signs off that it is acceptable. And there may be some lessons that we can learn from the Redwater Supreme Court Canada case that I spoke of earlier in this sitting. The changes in the bill will require that such proof of financial responsibility will need to remain in place for a period of one year after the regulator agrees that closure has been completed. This should help avoid unforeseen events or failures, but we may need to look at whether just 1 year is an appropriate endpoint. There is a very disappointing omission in the bill when it comes to proof of financial responsibility, and I've raised this issue previously in this House. There is an arbitrarily low cap of a maximum of $40 million of absolute liability for spills set out in the oil and gas spills and debris liability regulations under the current Act. The federal government has amended its mirror oil and gas legislation to put in a $1 billion cap to help prevent public liabilities. I've noted, for example, that the Deepwater Horizon blowout in the Gulf of Mexico resulted in cleanup and compensation costs of over $80 billion. The $40 million amount in the regulations now is insignificant in face of the potential harm and cost of a major spill in the Northwest Territories. This is a very serious threat to our government's financial safety. We need to fix this in our bill. I note for the record that Orogo is conducting a public review of the principles it should use in developing a methodology for calculating and managing proof of financial responsibility, and I support their efforts. I look forward to working with my colleagues on the Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment to improve this bill. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. To the principle of the bill. Question's been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carried. Bill 37 has had a second reading. Is now referred to a standing committee. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Consideration Committee of the Whole of Bills and Other Matters. Bill 32, Minister's Statement 131-18.3, Table Document 322-18.3, Minister's Statement 151-18(3), with Member Haverber North in the chair.
Now call Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wish of committee? Mr. Bolio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committee wishes to consider Table Document 322-18(3), main estimates, 2019-2020. Start considering the Department of Infrastructure and Department of ITI time permitting. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bolio. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. We will consider the document after a brief recess. Thank you. There you go.
Oh, you got it?
I'll now call Committee of the Whole to order. Committee, we have agreed to consider the Department of Infrastructure in the main estimates, which begins on page 227 of the document. I will turn to the Minister of Infrastructure for opening comments. Minister Schuman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm pleased to present the 2019-2020 main estimates for the Department of Infrastructure. The proposed estimates of $264 million reflect an increase of $25.1 million, or 10.5% over the 2018-19 main estimates. These estimates continue to support the priorities of the 18th Legislative Assembly. Highlights include forced growth adjustments for utility and maintenance costs on new facilities, increased maintenance and dust control on the Dempster Highway, and increased funding to upgrade and maintain ferries on the Mackenzie, Liard, and Peel Rivers. These estimates also include lease costs of $600,000 transferred to infrastructure from other departments. Also identified in these estimates is the creation of a new strategic infrastructure division. This new division will contribute to achieving the Northwest Territories' mandate commitment to securing funding for large transformative infrastructure projects. This new division will lead coordination and planning for the new federal infrastructure funding while working closely with other Government of Northwest Territory departments and stakeholders during the process. In the coming year, this division will focus on advancing the Mackenzie Valley Highway projects through the shared investment of the $140 million under the National Trades and Corridor Fund. These projects will include construction of the Great Bear River Bridge and the Wrigley to Mount Cadet Access Road. Focus will also be directed towards seeking opportunities for funding and planning next steps to advance the development of the Slave Geological Province Corridor. Finally, the Strategic Infrastructure Division will continue work to advance the Government of Northwest Territories' priority to improve public infrastructure in the Northwest Territories. This will be done through an integrated bilateral agreement signed with Infrastructure Canada worth $761 million over 10 years. The Department's Energy Division will also be fully engaged with our federal partners and other stakeholders to secure funding to advance the Tulsan hydroelectricity expansion. This division will focus on overseeing $7.8 million in new funding under the Low Carbon Economy Leadership Fund and managing $44.3 million in energy projects for 2019-2020 under Investing in Canada Infrastructure Plan. The 2019-2020 estimates continue to support infrastructure's mandate commitments related to energy efficiency and sustainability. Specific initiatives include increasing the use of renewable and alternative energy in off-grid communities, continue engagement with federal government to access funding for major renewable energy initiatives, and implementing the 2030 energy strategy to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels. This includes providing continued financial support to the Arctic Energy Alliance and introducing larger-scale grants for communities. Commercial buildings and industry that target reduced greenhouse gas emissions. Towards this, infrastructure will provide $2.74 million in core funding to the Arctic Energy Alliance, as well as an additional $550,000 for community energy grants and $1.95 million for Northwest Territories' wide energy programs, supplemented through the Low Carbon Economy Leadership Fund, bringing the total Arctic Energy Alliance contributions to $5.24 million. In 2019-2020 estimates also includes continued investment in the deferred maintenance program by upgrading and preserving government assets such as offices, schools, and health centers. The deferred maintenance program helps the Government of Northwest Territories to better target its capital dollars in support of its priorities by maintaining and extending the useful life of our existing assets base. That concludes my opening remarks, and I'd be happy to answer any questions for the members. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. It's my understanding that you have witnesses you wish to bring in the chamber, so I'll ask you to take a seat at the witness table, and Sergeant-at-Arms, please escort the witnesses into the House.
Minister, please introduce your witnesses for the record.
On my right, I got Deputy Minister of Infrastructure Paul Guy and Assistant Deputy Minister Regional of Operations and Infrastructure Jaylene Robertson. And on my left, I have Vince McCormick, Director of Corporate Services of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Minister. Committee, the department begins on page 228, continues on to page 261. It contains 4 activities with 2 information items at the end of the section. This is quite a large department, and I usually allow 1 set of comments and questions per activity, but I think we're going to have to go with at least 2 allowable comments per member per activity. We'll defer the departmental total until after consideration of the activity detail, and the first activity is asset management on pages 234 to 237. Does the committee have any comments on asset management, $75 million item? Mr. Van Thyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I would like to start by asking the Minister if they can give us a bit of detail with regard to the Capital Asset Retrofit Fund. I've been a supporter of this fund. I think that the work that's undertaken with regard to this fund is significant for this territory. It checks off a lot of boxes as it relates to goals and objectives of the Assembly, and of course as it relates to the government and the department in managing assets. But most importantly, it's also a fund that can assist us greatly in achieving our energy goals and as well as the mitigating impacts on climate change. So I'd like to ask, how much are we putting into the Capital Asset Retro Fund? Are we actually getting it out the door and improving our assets with it? And more importantly, I guess, is what kind of return on investment are we seeing with regard to this fund? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in our proposed work plan for this year in the budget 2019-2020 fiscal year is $3.8 million. Saving result from these projects are estimated average of $209,700 annually, which corresponds to the estimated reduction of 824 tons of GHG gas emissions. And I'll turn over to the Deputy for further comment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In addition to the Minister's comments, since we put this program in place, we've completed 77 energy retrofit projects across the territories in 23 communities. Overall, the cumulative greenhouse gas savings we've calculated based on that work that we've done is about 73,030 tons. When you look at the projects that we have proposed in the 2019-20 plan, we estimate the savings associated with the work that we'll be doing in the 2019-20 year will achieve about $209,000 in operational energy cost savings, and will contribute another 824 tons to that greenhouse gas total I mentioned earlier. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Van Thyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm glad I asked about this because these are promising returns on investment, and clearly these are well-spent dollars that are bringing a number of benefits to the territory, so I appreciate that we keep this fund well-maintained. Recently, there's been some correspondence with regard to municipalities wanting to have this government consider potential development of N.W.T building standards. This isn't the first time that it's come up. It's come up in the past where our government's been questioned about why don't we take responsibility for developing building standards. I'm wondering, while this isn't the Department of MACA that is tied to communities, this is the Department of Infrastructure that's very strongly tied to codes and standards, and so I'd like to get some opinion or some thoughts from the Minister with regard to how they see the GNWT's role in developing and or maintaining building standards. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Guy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Certainly, Mr. Chair, as the member indicated, Department of Municipal and Community Affairs is the lead department on this file. Department of Infrastructure has a strong supporting role in helping Department of Municipal and Community Affairs when it comes to any work they're doing around codes and standards, developing those. Our role falls in a number of areas. A number of our technical experts or technical staff, our architects, engineers participate in code development committees at the national level. So they sit on code committees that help develop the National Building Code of Canada. They participate in code development under plumbing codes, mechanical codes, electrical codes, elevator codes. So we have a role at a national table to help develop those for application across the N.W.T. In our safety division, our inspectors there have a responsibility to enforce and oversee the codes around electrical protection, mechanical protection for large industrial boilers, as well as elevators. So we have that role as well in the department. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Van Thyn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate the insight. I guess I would ask another question and phrase it. Does the department, given their experience with regard to infrastructure, in particular the technical side and the project management side, does the department feel that there's a need to develop an N.W.T. specific building standard, given our geography and our cold climates, or do the current standards for which are applied nationally seem to be the standards that would be suffice, and maybe because we do take part in helping develop them and improve them, that at least what we have to offer gets considered in the amendments or changes to those standards. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Guy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, member's correct. We do have a lot of experience with standards, and particularly building and construction in the unique environment of the north, where we work with permafrost, extreme temperatures, demands on envelopes. Within the department, we have, for the large commercial buildings, developed our good building practices, and these are been developed over probably 30 years of history working with large infrastructure projects. We take lessons learned, document them, and develop those into what we call the good building practices, and those are required to be adhered to for all of our infrastructure projects that we do construct for public infrastructure for the government of Northwest Territories. Those standards and good building practices are certainly available publicly for anybody else doing building infrastructure in the Northwest Territories. They can adopt those, use those in their own contracting practice that they choose. At a more smaller scale, I think the Housing Corporation has done some similar work with standards for residential construction. They work with their own stock to develop best practices and share that information widely. In terms of municipal approval process, my understanding is that tax-based communities have the ability to adopt and implement a building inspection regime. So some larger municipalities in Northwest Territories, like I believe Yellowknife, has their own code enforcement division, and they have adopted things like Guide 80 around energy efficiency, which are applicable to buildings in their jurisdiction. So There are some municipal governments that are doing this already, but certainly the work that we do is publicly available and can be used or adopted or shared, throughout the north and in other jurisdictions in the north as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Van Thyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the Deputy Minister's detailed response. And so with that, I have no further questions in this particular department. Thank you. Or this division. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further from committee? Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. In the minister's opening remarks, I was kind of dazzled with all the millions of dollars that he was talking about. So I'm wondering how many millions of dollars are going towards the Slade Geological Province Road? Thanks, Mr. Chair. Sorry, in 2019-20. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
We could get them in more detail.
Yeah.
Minister.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as far as I know, we don't have any more than some staff time going towards this and some small planning that we're doing. Some announcements that we expect to be coming later in the year around this project. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Can the minister tell us whether there's any money in 2019-20, and I understand this is the O&M budget, for the planning work that needs to be done for the Frank Channel Bridge? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
No.
Sorry, so who am I directing this to? Mr. Guy? Mr. Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the Frank Channel Bridge, we are doing some preliminary work using our own source funds through in the 18-19 fiscal year. We do have some Sorry, Mr. Chair. We do have some applications in through a number of federal infrastructure programs, including the Northern Trade Corridors Fund to seek funding. And we also have applications in for smaller amounts to do some planning work through agencies like CanNor, and we're expecting at some point to hear back on those in the coming weeks and months. In terms of specific money in 1920, there is some staff fund time allocated in the Strategic Infrastructure Division to work on advancing those applications and those projects, but I would have to go back and the minister would have to commit to coming back with a more detailed number on specifically how we would prorate that to that project. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I would like a commitment out of the minister if he could sort of identify how much, in terms of the O&M budget is being devoted to these two projects, the Frank Channel Bridge and the Slade Geological Province Road. I'd find that information helpful. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we can do that and provide the member with that detailed information. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the minister for that commitment. I'm just wondering, I understood that there had been money in previous budgets for the Frank Channel Bridge, so I'm just trying to understand why we're still planning for it and we're not actually doing the work. Can the minister or his officials explain what's happening, why we continue to spend money on planning rather than doing the work? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you know, there was an allocation towards Frank Channel Bridge originally through the old program, federal program. When we went out and did consultation with the community of Betroco and industry, it was clearly relayed to us at that point that there was a need to have a look at the realignment and possibly of a new bridge at that point with discussion with these people, one without a top on it, because it's a chokehold on for industry going north from there. It's the only choke point in the Northwest Territories for industry, and with that we've decided to go back and reallocate those funds and have another look at replacing Frank Channel Bridge. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks to the Minister for that. Well, not only is it a problem maybe for the supplies that are going to the diamond mines, but it's a public safety hazard. I've driven across that bridge. It's unsafe. There's not even stoplights at either end. It's an accident waiting to happen. So can the Minister tell me what kind of priority that project has within his department? You know, and is it being given the same level of effort and so on as the Slave Geological Province Road, or how much of a priority is this Frank Channel Bridge with the department? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I said in my comments there about the consultation with industry and looking at replacing it, we made the decision to have a look at that. We have spent some money on the Frank Channel Bridge to try to get a little more life out of it while we look at trying to access some funding from the federal government to replace this thing. It's roughly $60–70 million, if I remember correctly, the number for it. We presently have an application under the National Trades Corridor Fund, which we would have shared with committee on our application around with that and the Slave Geological Province, and we're waiting to hear back from the federal government. Hopefully that'll be before the federal election takes place. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. That's helpful from the Minister. So if the Minister had to put a priority on the planning work that needs to be done on the Frank Channel Bridge versus planning work that needs to be done for the Slave Geological Province Road, which one is the highest priority? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I've clearly stated, we've put in both of our applications for both these projects with the federal government. You know, both of these projects are of high priority for our department. Safety is number one. As I've said, we've spent some money on this Frank Channel Bridge right now to get some life out of this thing. But the Slave Geological Province is also a clear mandate commitment to the Government of Northwest Territories, and one that I've been committed to trying to secure funding for. And based on our applications, the Slave Geological Province is my preferred priority over the Frank Channel Bridge. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the Minister putting that on the record, that his priority and for the department is work on the Slave Geological Province Road over the Frank Channel Bridge. I'm glad he's put it on the record because I don't think that should be the priority. The Minister even said public safety should be number one. So I really don't understand why the Minister is putting the Slave Geological Province Road as a priority over the Frank Channel Bridge. That's what he said. We can check Hansard if we want, but I disagree with that priority, and I don't think that's in the public interest. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Would the Minister care to retort?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, let's make it quite clear on the record. That's why we're sitting here today discussing these things. This was based on application for the National Trades Corridor Fund, the amount of $400 million that was carved out for the 3 Northern Territories. Based on that application, that's where my priority would be under the Slave Geological Province. It doesn't mean that the bridge is not a priority. This fund is just for the 3 Northern Territories with a carve-out, as I've said, and there's only a certain amount of dollars left in there. The federal government has changed the rules around our application process and changed the cap on it, which we've done our 2 applications for this, and if we're not successful to get the money for this, for the Frank Channel Bridge through that process, we will certainly be chasing other avenues through the federal government to replace this bridge. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anything further for Mr. O'Reilly?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm confused probably at the best of times, but now I'm really confused with regard to what the priorities of the department and the Minister are. Seems like it, when it comes to applying for federal money, the Slave Geological Province road planning work is a priority over Frank Channel. So if can the minister tell us with his own money, with the department's own money, what is the priority? Is it building replacing the Frank Channel Bridge, or is it doing the planning work for Slave Geological Province Road? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we're going to sit here and play on words, let's make it quite clear. I've been mandated to access funding for the Slave Geological Province Road. That's part of my mandate commitment. It's in the mandate agreed by all members in this House. We're out there clearly trying to get funding for the Slave Geological Province, and Frank Channel Bridge is clearly part of the Frank Channel Bridge is clearly part of the application for the Slave Geological Province. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Final brief word, Mr. O'Reilly?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And the minister well knows my views on this, that the mandate is so broad you could drive trucks through it. So, and here's a clear example of the minister driving some trucks through the mandate. So, look, if the priority is public safety, and I believe it should be, the minister and his department should be working at replacing the Frank Channel Bridge. The Slave Geological Province Road should wait. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further comments from the committee on the $75 million activity? Nothing further from the committee. I will call this activity infrastructure, asset management, operations expenditure summary, activity total $75,890,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. Please turn to the next activity found on page 239, or rather 238 to 241. Corporate management, Mr. Van Thyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chair, over the review of both our capital budget and our business plans that set up for the main estimates, with the Department of Infrastructure, we've shared concerns a number of times with regard to carryovers of projects. And the committee has been concerned over the amount of carryovers. In one particular year, I think last year, about almost half of the capital projects, the amount of the capital projects ended up being carried over. So the committee has made a recommendation that the department develops a better tracking system to lower the carryover amounts and to ensure that the money gets spent when it's supposed to. We know that this has a fairly impactful or has large impact, especially on small communities as it relates to employment opportunities. So it's critical that we find ways to make sure that we're getting these funds out the door year after year. So I just want to ask the minister, is the department developing any kind of mechanism to track carryovers and then, let's say, even substantiate them a little bit better in the budget process so that members can have a better understanding and grasp on the impacts that carryovers have on the territory, I guess. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That certainly is an area that we have been working on in 2018-19, and we will continue to work on in 2019-20. Some of the things you'll see in this budget will help us address that issue going forward in 2019-20. One of those areas is the Strategic Infrastructure Division that we've proposed here in the budget. The intent there of that division is to offload a lot of the work around these large federal infrastructure investments, like the recently announced investment for Mackenzie Valley Highway, from our line staff that are focused on delivering the day-to-day program or infrastructure needs to support the other areas of government operation. For example, our client-managed capital and our own highway and airport and transportation-related infrastructure. So that's one of the areas where we're making some changes to address the issue that has been raised by committee when we went through our business plan review, but also, I think, previously here in committee of the whole. Second area is in regional operations. We put enhanced tracking and monitoring of the client-managed capital in place, doing regular tracking, working with our client departments to look for those areas that are adding delay or risk and finding ways to mitigate them. Some of it is a result of processes within our department, but some of it is outside of our control and around programming decisions and decision by third-party stakeholders that are involved in some of the projects. So we're looking at ways where we can reduce those bottlenecks as well. The second thing we're doing is looking at adding additional capacity in the area of project delivery at the front line, where our project officers are delivering those projects so that we can keep them moving along as well. And also we're enhancing the front-end work we're doing around budgeting and planning in terms of having more detailed projects developed through the planning study process before we seek the appropriation. So there's a number of ways we're working on this. And in particular, this year in 1920, we put a lot of effort on reducing the carryovers on some of the ones that were a chronic issue for committee around the area of our culvert bridge and chip seal programs. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Van Thyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Deputy Minister for the detailed response. We noted during business plan reviews that there were a number of reasons for carryovers, and it seems as though the department has taken a lot of progressive and proactive steps in trying to overcome some of those challenges. There still is some challenges with regard to outside capacity, outside of government, in the form of contractors, etc. And I'm just wondering, although this to some degree or a greater degree is outside of the department's abilities, have they been given any insight or do they have anything to offer as it relates to how we can work with communities and contractors to build capacity to help deliver on the ground projects for the territory? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's an ongoing challenge right across the board. Let's take example, we're trying to move forward with the Bear River Bridge in the hamlet of Toledo, which is right there at the doorstep. We're working closely with everyone in that community. They've formed a Bear River working group committee amongst all user groups within the municipality, be it Indigenous groups or the municipal government stuff, to try to be able to figure out a way to capitalize on this, and where our department and our ADM is working closely with them. One of the other things I think that we've looked at, and it came up in the House a couple of times, is around some of these projects and have a serious look at some of the ones that we can break out to utilize a little bit more local capacity instead of having these projects that are too large for some of these smaller to mid-sized companies that can't capitalize on it. So we're continuing to engage with the people across the Northwest Territories and the contractors and through the N.W.T. Construction Association and such, and the Chamber of Commerce to try to address some of these things. And we will continue to work on that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Van Thyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Minister for the reply. I appreciate that there's some effort being built around this. We've seen in other areas and from other departments too, we've seen the success of certain training programs that have worked well as well. So, is there a way in which we can start to, given that we are fairly good in knowing what projects that we're going to deliver over the next handful of years through our capital asset management plan, etc., and just knowing all of these big applications that we have to the federal government for shared funding, is there ways in which, knowing that we have all of these projects, that we need certain skill sets built, that we can start to use Aurora College or ECE and others to start developing training programs to build up skill capacity in these areas? Is there discussions that the department is having internally and externally to make this possible? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, and I believe education has worked on their documented skills for success is going to identify a number of these jobs. I think it was 36 or 38,000 jobs in the next number of years coming forward. We know the population in Northwest Territories is aging. We've already stepped up to the plate, I think, on some of these things as you take the ITH or the Canyon Creek type projects where we've worked with the proponent that implemented their training programs. We've given a lot of updates to committee on the amount of people that have been trained on these projects. I think is a number as high as 400 and some individuals worked on the ITH projects with a little focus on, or great focus on trying to get more women into the workforce and in these untraditional type of occupations. So we're working closely with industry on these things around the training side of things. And, I think hopefully going forward, you see even on the Talicho road going to YELLOWKNIFE, you're going to see some of this stuff taking place as well. And we've really, look back on the history of these other two projects and how we can implement these things into other projects going forward, because there will be some larger projects coming forward, as the member stated. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Van Thyn?
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I think that one of the things and one of the areas that we will really have to focus on, although it's not directly in this department, but it certainly ties into what the minister has just indicated, and that is that, we need to build strong capacity, especially as it relates to trades, and the opportunity to promote and attract individuals to enter into the apprenticeship programs would be something that we should be promoting strongly and working interdepartmentally to achieve. So I just wanted to note that for the record. I have no further questions in this activity. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. McNeely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know in the past year, during our capital session here, we had talked about carryovers, and from past experience there, it's always been the wishes of the private sector to have multi-year carryover contracts. And now in this position, I see how we can share the wishes of the private sector and accommodate the carryover budget to allow the project to go through. Now it's a matter of the department to design and even give some thought to sectional approaches to the project. And given that experience recently, I've shared that with the leadership in Toledo, for example, to say to them to look at piecemealing the construction of the Bear River Bridge. This way it's maximizing on employment training, as well as commerce opportunities, as well as seeing the project going through and providing a multiple year of benefits to the remote community in this case. So I'm quite satisfied with the discussions we've had in the past and the whole idea that it's not being ruled out on carryovers. Carryovers is actually a good thing. In some parts of our territory, that's all you're allowed to do is seasonal access, which means carrying over to the next season. In our case, in the SA2, in some cases, in some projects there, you're only accessible for the winter months, and the spring thaw comes in, and normally, it revolves around the winter road season, which usually starts deteriorating to the latter part of March, and avenues to prolong that are looked at nighttime travel. So those are all factors that I've come to learn in this line of work here that supports both the project as well as employment, as well as prolonging benefits. So I share that with the colleagues here today. Thank you.
Thank you. The Minister care to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, you know, that in my previous comments about the other ones to the other member as well, you know, when you start talking about Canyon Creek is a good example of doing a small section instead of doing the entirety of the road to be able to capitalize on local employment, local businesses and training opportunities. We will continue to look at that. When you look at our plan going forward around the Mackenzie Valley Highway, the Mount Cadet section is clearly going to be another one of those sections that the people in the Date Show are going to be able to capitalize on an opportunity very similar to what happened in SAT 2. We continue to work with the community of Toledo, as I said, with the Bear River Bridge to look at if there's any possibilities of breaking out some stuff out of that project where some local people can capitalize on the opportunity that's there. And we will continue to look at those things. You know, contractors obviously have a role to play in carryovers as well. They're challenged as well around capacity issues and staffing, and that's why we have the Department of Education working on what they do around skills training and the Skills for Success document moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Further, Mr. McNeely? Nothing further from Mr. McNeely. Next, Mr. Bolio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in our review of the business plan, in this section, we identified the infrastructure staffs. It appears as though a lot of the infrastructure staff are getting close to retirement. I was wondering if I could ask the minister what the plan is to try to retain the corporate knowledge as they move forward. If there's a large amount of the senior people retiring in the next 5 years, what's the plan? Like, what is the human resource plan to retain corporate knowledge in this department? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bolio. Minister, Deputy Minister Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, certainly that's an issue that's been identified for us over the past few years. I think we've been, you know, prior to amalgamation of the departments, each department had their own HR plan, their own risk management plan. And in those risk management plans and HR plans, this was identified as one of those key issues we needed to work on going forward. As we went through the amalgamation process, a lot of that succession took place. We had a number of retirements of key people across the departments, both in headquarters and in the regions, and we were able to use the capacity of the amalgamated department to step in and fill many of those vacancies. So we're able to retain a lot of that corporate knowledge and continue to have strong long-term people in those key positions. As we move forward, we're doing a number of things now in the Department of Infrastructure, which are building on the tools we had in place before, things like management training programs, developmental transfer assignments, and building that capacity both from within and also, you know, I think the government is widespread has this issue. There's lots of work the Department of Human Resources is doing as well in providing opportunities for employees to train, get more broader experience by moving into other departments and move around within the public service as well to build that capacity for the greater public service. It is one of our priorities. It's one of the things in our risk management framework that we've identified and that all of our senior managers are working on to build succession within their divisions and in their departments, and that's no different than the one that we're speaking about here today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Guy. Mr. Bolio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for that response. On page 240, Mr. Chair, I want to just ask some questions around the local community roads. This local community road, generally community access roads generally, I think, used for all-season, to maybe create an all-season road to various traditional areas that the individuals would wish to access, so using this program to access the road. I have a question for the minister. Could this money be used for winter roads? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bolio. Minister Schuman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, this money can be used for winter roads as long as it's outside of their community. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister Schuman. Mr. Bolio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, just in relation to the same area, I want to ask the minister if they have a capital budget access road, which is a larger amount, and maybe may have a different objective. I'm wondering if, I know that this is not the capital, I clearly understand that. I'm wondering if there is a capital program, however, that, like, for example, Mr. Chairman, an example I will go to is that when they were building the N.W.T highway, they first built a 17-kilometer access road along the right-of-way. I'm wondering, Mr. Chairman, if where that type of money sits, that access money, where does that sit? In which area? Is it here or is it somewhere else? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bolio. Minister Schuman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That would be a capital plan, so that would have to be the capital appropriation project. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister Schuman. Mr. Bolio.
Thank you. I think the minister said capital appropriation. I guess I said I understood that, but my question is, is there is something in the capital called access road? I'm wondering if there's a set amount in that budget all the time that's similar to this, but maybe it has a different objective. I'm wondering if there's money there that should essentially have no impact on this budget. I'm not sure I'm making myself very clear. Maybe the minister can help me with this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bolio. Minister Schuman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is no specific amount for capital for access roads. Those are set on priorities as the government sees as we move towards our transportation plan. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister Schuman. Time has expired. Mr. Simpson.
Thank you. So just to follow up on Mr. Bolio's comments here, the local community roads on page 240, there's $1.48 million appropriated for it. Should that be in the capital budget? What is this doing here if that's a capital item? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson. Deputy Minister Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an O&M budget line. This is an application-based program where communities can apply for funding to develop trails, access roads, traditional hunting or trapping trails, or community access projects that they identify and bring forward. It's on a case-by-case application basis. It's not capital because they are not N.W.T assets. The investments are being made in. These are community projects, community access projects that they identify and apply, and that's why it's here at O&M. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Guy. Mr. Simpson.
Thank you, and I'm aware of that. I just wanted to clear it up and answer it for anyone who was looking at the budget document and trying to follow that conversation. My questions are about, I guess, corporate management. There was questions from the member for Yellowknife North about training opportunities and what the department is doing in terms of addressing this deficit, I guess, of a skilled worker such as journeyman that we have. And I know there was talk about, the minister said, we're looking at breaking up contracts so that smaller organizations can perhaps get in on them. Talking about training, training locals when there's projects. But doesn't seem to be anything concrete here. I know that education has skills for success, and it's hard to really tell from those documents what exactly is happening on the ground. And from the minister's answers, it sounds like things are sort of happening ad hoc, but there doesn't seem to be a real training plan. And one of the things that's really holding the territory back is the lack of journeymen, is the lack of skilled laborers. And we can build a road to the mines and we can open up new mines. The same people who aren't working today won't be working at that new mine. And that's really the problem. That's where the resources go. It's the people who, need to live in housing, or on income assistance, because they don't have those skills to take those jobs. And there's more. I always remember the Premier said one of his first speeches. There's more than enough jobs in the Northwest Territories for everyone. The problem is the people from the territories often aren't filling those. And so I have to disagree a bit with my colleague from Yellowknife North who said that this is a bit outside of the department. Training, I think this is, the department should be very heavily involved with training. I think that we need to start breaking down some of these walls between education, between housing, between infrastructure, and come up with an actual plan to move this territory ahead in terms of training. Otherwise, we're just going to be spinning our wheels for years to come. So what does the department have in terms of a comprehensive written plan that they can show the committee so that they can prove that they are taking this seriously? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson. Minister Schuman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll start, maybe the deputy want to add something later, but as I clearly said, we're working with the industry players on all these things, especially these larger projects moving forward. ECE is the trainer of the Northwest Territories. That's their position. That's where those questions should go. But with saying that, we work very closely. We're not spinning our wheels. We work very closely with the minister and her department on how we can implement training opportunities in all these projects. It's at front of mind with all the communities when these projects come to their regions, no different than the Tuktoyaktuk Highway or the Canyon Creek project. And even, as I've said, the Toledo project with the Bear River Bridge. Mount Cadet has already approached us even within a matter of a couple of days of the announcement of that money. So we're working closely with them to help figure out a way they can capitalize at a local level on these opportunities. And a big role of that is how EC&E is involved in these projects with us. We work closely with them. I don't know if there has to be a comprehensive plan altogether, as the member says, as ECE is mandated to implement training across the Northwest Territories. But we do recognize the fact that there's benefits that can be brought to these communities and residents of the Northwest Territories through our projects, and it's not something that we sleight at hand. It's something that we take very seriously and work closely with the minister and her department. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister Schuman. Mr. Simpson.
Thank you. I guess my issue is that if there's not a plan, all we have is what we hear. And I can't really quantify the things that have been said. There's no goals that we're trying to reach. We're just sort of, they're all one-offs. And I was at the mining symposium in Hay River a couple months ago, and KFN, former chief of KFN was there, and he said that for the Hay River Bridge, which is being reconstructed on KFN traditional territory, there was no training opportunities available for their members. And so perhaps sometimes there are, but sometimes there aren't, and that's part of the problem. So again, this is one of those things that I've been bringing up at every business plan and every budget debate since I've been here. And so I think that it's something the department really needs to start looking into. Otherwise, we're going to be stuck in the same place forever. The cost of our social services are going up, our revenues are down, and we're facing some real economic troubles ahead. And unless we take this seriously, the future isn't looking very bright. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson. Minister Schuman, did you want to comment on that?
Well, I don't want to get into a big debate of it, but I think the member should save his questions for the Department of Education when they get to it. I know that, as I've said, we work closely with them. There's a cross-departmental stuff around these things. We have our own apprenticeship program within our department. We got our settlement maintainer positions. There's a number of things that we do around training. But I think his specific question is around what are we doing about training people around some of these larger projects. And as I've said, we work closely with the Department of ECE on this matter, and I think there's been some great success stories out there, and we will continue to do so and work with the Minister and her department. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister Schuman. Mr. Bolio.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, going back to the local community roads, so further to that, I just got a little sidetracked on the capital aspect of it. I've now seen the budget shown to me by one of our honourable colleagues here, so I'm okay with the responses. The question on the winter road, asking if this money can be used for winter road. Could it be used, like for example, today I spoke of possible winter road from here to Lutsalke. Would this money, would this type of money be? Could this type of money be used for a road that links a community to say Yellowknife? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bolio. Minister Schuman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we would entertain that application on that basis. But one thing I want to point out, that's a very limited amount that we have in the Community Access Program, 1.508, and that tell you that goes awfully quick. It's an application based, first come, first serve, but the member's correct that money could be accessed in that manner through if a community wishes to apply for it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister Schuman. Mr. Bolio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, that's good news. But I do agree with the minister that this would probably consume the entire budget with one project. But and then I know that this is what's in the mains, and our opportunity to discuss the increase in this budget would have been at business planning time. I realize that, but still going along the lines that my request to have a winter road constructed would go would be a part of capital. So I didn't make the link that it could be a part of O&M. I'm wondering if the minister sees if that $1.48 million was fully subscribed, if the minister would be able to, working with the FMB, increase that budget for the coming year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bolio. Minister Schuman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As the finance minister is going to be up to the last person up in front of the committee, but our limited resources that we have right now, I suspect if I took an application to FMB to increase this community access program funding, I'd have a tough time doing it. I would support the member if he would, well, it's a little bit late now, I guess, but the next assembly, if they need to see more money put on this, we're going to have to work through the business planning process to try to increase that. If I remember correctly, I think we've already topped it up $500K since previous year or two ago, but this money does go quick. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister Schuman and Mr. Bolio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, it's something to work on for me. I have it has increased quite a bit. I do appreciate that the department has been serious about looking at putting more money into this area, because maybe 4 or 5 years ago it was $300,000, so it's grown quite a bit, and it's become a something that the communities really find a good program for short-term employment, even training of equipment operators and so on. So a very, very, very good program. I think that in the future, that the Assembly maybe, or the Department could look at increasing that amount, maybe even doubling that amount to allow for larger projects, which are not real capital projects because they melt at some time during the year. So it's not, I guess, not real infrastructure. So I would just close by saying that look forward to maybe the minister having a discussion with FMB for even if it's something that could be put off to the next budget cycle, but something that would be considered in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beaulieu. Comment noted. Mr. Blake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to add to the community access program, you know how successful it is. Sure, as you can tell by the member before me, it is underfunded. You know, like he mentioned, creates a lot of employment in our small communities, and you know, even before Christmas, I was told, you know, there's really not much funding left, which is a shame, because you know there's a lot of good projects coming out. You know, most communities tend to wait until the actual season that they want to start the work, and you know, a lot of portage trails that people are cutting out, bypass roads. You know, it's pretty clear, and we really appreciate the increase, but it's pretty clear we need to, even at 2 million, if we were to increase it to 2 million. You know, that would make a big difference for the communities. And you know, as you can tell, if you looked at the new year here, like starting January 1st, you probably could tell the funds are almost used up. So it's a clear indicator that we need to increase those funds. Will the minister and the department look at you know, rough time of each year when this pot of money runs out? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Blake. Minister Schuman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All I can say to comment to that is that's going to, you know, we can have a look at it through the next business planning process, but we don't know who the next government or the next minister is. The one thing I do want to say about this fund, though, is that it has been successful. We've been spending, there's been a lot of good projects out there that help in these communities. But I've always brought up every time we talk about members about this pot of money, that somehow let's find a way to marry it with the small employment fund that we've increased significantly for the small communities in the Northwest Territories. And you know, between those two pots of money, I think we've done good things to help employment in the smaller communities across the Northwest Territories. There's always fiscal pressures on all governments, and going forward, as I've said, that'll be up to the 19th Legislative Assembly if we can have increased the community access program again. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister Schuman. Mr. Blake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm glad the minister mentioned that, because that's one thing we're trying to do, is combine the small employment fund with the community access fund, which would have went a lot further, I believe. Right now, the way this fund is being managed, I know it's outside his department, but I won't go there right now. I think it would have went a lot further if we did combine those two pots of money for the community access. You know, it would have brought the fund up to way more than double than what it is now. But you know, I think that's something for the transition committee to possibly suggest that they double this fund. Would the minister agree? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Blake. Minister Schuman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As the member knows, I'm on the transition committee. We'll see how this transition committee makes out compared to the last one. We can probably put a lot of recommendations in there, but that's just a recommendation at that point. But as I've said, and the members made some good points around the small employment fund. I think in retrospect, if we would have redirected that increase to this CAP program, you know, depending on the way the the way the small community fund is going to be rolled out here, the success of it might have been a little bit better off spending some of that money in this pot. But, you know, that's up to regular members to decide and push for where they want to see some of that money going. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister Schuman. Mr. Blake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, as I mentioned, I have a couple outstanding proposals for this this fund here. So will the minister ensure that those projects are taken care of? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Blake. Minister Schuman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I imagine there's other members in this Legislative Assembly or communities are waiting to hear back on their funding. We're close to the end of the year on this thing. This fund is almost tapped right out, but I can certainly look into which outstanding applications the member has in his riding and get back to him where those applications are at. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister Schuman. Anything further, Mr. Blake? Mr. Testart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just, in considering the exchange that just occurred between my honourable colleagues, I just wanted to remind everyone that this budget is not yet approved. So if members are asking for things that aren't in here, that should be fair game and not put off into a future potential government. But my question for the department is just clarification on the strategic infrastructure line. I too am concerned with carryovers. That's a matter that's come up. I see a substantial increase from the revised estimates in strategic infrastructure. If the minister could just explain what that funding will be used for, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Testart. Minister Schuman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's I guess 2 or maybe 3 key areas the Strategic Infrastructure Division will be focused on. The first part will be advancing those strategic initiatives of the department, things like the Mackenzie Valley Highway, Slave Geological Province, Access Corridor. But currently, where we have that significant amount of funding that was announced earlier this fiscal year for Mackenzie Valley Highway and Bear River Bridge, the focus of the Strategic Infrastructure Division is to get that project and aspects of that project through the regulatory, environmental, and permitting stages, complete all the community consultation work that needs to be done to advance those to the point where we can make a construction decision. So they'll be focused on that work, as well as the application for federal funding and the Slave Geological Province, completing those. Those are very onerous, large applications. There's a lot of work to do to get those done, so they'll be working on that as well, and other strategic initiatives like that. And finally, there's a significant amount of reporting and monitoring associated with all aspects of the federal infrastructure funding, whether it's the Low Carbon Economy Fund, whether it's the Ocean Protection Plan, whether it's the Invest in Canada plan. There's a significant amount of detailed, regular reporting and work that needs to be done to be compliant with the funding agreements we get from the federal government to access that funding. So their role will be to make sure all that work gets done and provided to the federal government in a timely manner. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Guy. Mr. Testart.
Will this also include the Telston expansion project? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Testart. Minister Schuman.
They may have some role in that supporting the EA work. That remains to be seen how that will be done.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This will remain to be seen. Depends on the O&M on this project and federal funding going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister Schuman. Mr. Testart.
Okay, thank you. So we're really talking about the strategic infrastructure applications that we have in place. That's the primary focus of this division. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Testart. Minister Schuman.
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Schuman. Mr. Testart.
How many positions does are in this division, and does this money support? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Testart. Minister Schuman. Deputy Minister Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Currently in this budget, there's 4 positions identified. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Guy. Mr. Testart.
Thank you. And are these positions, all these positions staffed? Are these people ready to go? Are we going to have to take time to put those people in place? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Testart. Minister Schuman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we've completed the org design work, we've completed the job descriptions, we've had the jobs evaluated. Some of the positions are out for staffing now. Some have been interim staff through transfer assignments. So the work on staffing is well underway, and we don't anticipate any delay. We are working on advancing some of those projects. We have engagement meetings next week on the Mackenzie Valley Highway project. That is being done by some of those positions that we have in place here today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Guy. Mr. Testart.
Thank you. So just to be clear, because this new appropriation to support the division hasn't been approved, where are the resources for the people doing the work under this, what's being proposed? Where are those resources coming from, as they have not yet been approved? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Testart. Minister Schuman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So those positions that we have in place are being funded through the Invest in Canada plan. We're allowed to use some of that funding to towards the resources we need to implement the project. So the federal infrastructure funding is paying for those positions right now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Guy. Mr. Testart.
Thank you. So nothing further on that. I did have more of a policy question around the concerns that the members and the standing committee has raised around prompt payment, and whether or not has been any part of this budget is allocated to developing prompt payment policies or prompt payment legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Testart. I point out procurement is later on, but I'll allow this there. Deputy Minister Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is no specific funding to an initiative around prompt payment. All the work we do on procurement procedures, procurement policies, supporting Department of Finance on the procurement procedures manual, any of that work is funded through different activity in this budget, and it's part of our base appropriation in the procurement shared services, and any of the work that we do around procurement is under there. There is no funding in here to develop legislation at this time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Guy. Mr. Testart.
Thank you. So this line, policy planning and communication, I'm assuming that's where the department houses its policy analysts and the people who would undertake policy development and legislative development. Am I incorrect in that? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Testart. Deputy Minister Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members correct that in their corporate management, our policy division has the responsibility for developing all of our legislation to work on the Highways Act, Motor Vehicles Act, any of our other legislative initiatives, but currently there is no work going on or planned in that division around prompt payment. And we would be waiting for the outcome of any work that happens across jurisdictional at the federal level, and the findings of the procurement procedures working group that's working on the matter right now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Guy. Mr. Testart.
Okay, so all right, I'll follow up on the work of the procurement group when we get to that activity. Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Testart. Anything further from committee? Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I want to follow up on some of the questions by my colleague, the MLA for Yellowknife North, on carryovers. In the business plan that's posted to the Department of Finance website, 2017-18, almost 50% of the capital infrastructure projects managed by infrastructure were carried over. And I guess I did hear the discussion about trying to better manage this issue into the future, but is there actually a formal tracking system that the department now has in place to track carryovers? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. O'Reilly. Deputy Minister Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The information I have that in 2018-19, our client-managed capital carryovers was approximately 37% of the total N.W.T infrastructure carryover for 18-19. We have been doing a lot of work to improve on those results. I spoke to a lot of those details. On the client-managed capital, which I believe the question was about, yes, we track each and every project at the project management level. We have a tracking system in place. They're discussed regularly at the regional operations level and at the regional project management level. To develop those progress on each project is tracked and monitored on a regular basis, so we have an internal tracking system in place. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Guy. Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm glad to hear that there's a client-based project tracking system. I take it by that then it's individual projects where infrastructure is managing these projects for other departments. Is that rolled up in some way across the whole government? And does it include the infrastructure projects that the department itself is undertaking? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. O'Reilly. Deputy Minister Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We also track the ones we deliver on behalf of the own department, particularly on the roads and the highways projects that are tracked within the Transportation Division. They keep track of that there, and it's rolled up through asset management. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Guy. Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So then I guess I understand that this isn't wrapped up into one figure, and we see that in the business plan itself. And the Deputy Minister talked about the figure for 2017-18, I guess. In that tracking, is there a way of breaking down the reasons for the carryovers as well? If we understand the reasons why there's so many carryovers, then you can start to address the cause. So are the reasons identified more than just the dollar figures? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. O'Reilly. Deputy or Minister Schuman.
No.
Mr. Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So certainly when we see a project not progressing as planned that would lead to a carryover, we track the reasons. If it's an issue around program design and the client department, we would track that. If it's a reason around contractor issue, whether it's delayed winter road or delayed weather-related delays. So we do track those types of issues. Some of the carryovers are driven by the budgeting cycle in itself because of when the project gets approved, and by the time procurement proceeds, we get through the award stage. There can be a bit of a lag that builds a carryover that usually disappears towards the end of the project. So where the project is in its actual cycle contributes to carryovers. Some of the things I've spoke about in the past is just even project progression. Some projects, the larger ones, you can have monthly billings in the $2 to $3 million range when they're under full construction. and it can be as simple as the contractor getting his progress payment claim in 1 month versus the next. When we get to year end, whether that money is accounted for in the carryovers or not. After we pass the cutoff for payment, that money goes into the new year and it gets carried over. So there's lots of details, I guess, associated with what can cause a carryover. The ones we really focus on are the ones that are around projects that aren't proceeding on schedule and not proceeding, because our goal is to get public infrastructure on the ground and in service for program delivery and for the public's use as quickly as possible once it's approved. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Guy. Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I appreciate the reasons provided by the Deputy Minister, and I think I've heard them before. I want to know, though, does the department systematically track this across all infrastructure projects? Do they categorize the reasons why there's delays across the whole spending that takes place within the department, the project that they manage? Great that they track this on an individual project-by-project basis, but do they roll this up so that they can see where the problem areas are, the systemic problems? That's what I'm asking the Deputy Minister. Are the systemic problems identified, and are they starting to address them? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. O'Reilly. Deputy Minister Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Certainly that's the goal of this process, is to find any systematic problems that are leading across more than one project. It's leading to some of those things that we've mentioned earlier today around adding capacity in the area of strategic infrastructure to free up line resources. That was one of those systematic problems we saw. Also understanding the capacity challenges at the front end, the front lines on project delivery is one that we've also found was a systematic problem that we're addressing going forward. We continue to look for those. Some of them are process improvements and how we work with Department of Finance and things like financial tracking and some of those more broader business processes, which we're also looking for systematic errors or systematic challenges there that we can work across departments to address. So that work is going on. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Guy. Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks for that description. I don't think I got an answer to the question. I'm going to ask this directly of the Minister. Can the Minister make a commitment that in future business plans there's going to be more than just a dollar amount of the carryovers, that there's going to be some explanation of the reasons for the carryover, categorization of those reasons, and how the department is beginning to address those? And if it takes, a page or something in the business plans, I think that's time well spent so that we understand, and his department seems to better understand why there are carryovers. Can the Minister make that commitment to include that kind of information in the business plans moving forward for his department? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. O'Reilly. Minister Schuman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think what I can commit to doing is I'm going to have to talk to the Minister of Finance, because at the end of the day, the carryover will fall through him. So I can commit to having a conversation with the Minister of Finance on if this is something that we can do in future budgeting cycles. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister Schuman. Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Great that, and I thank the Minister for agreeing that he's going to talk to his colleague, the Minister of Finance. Look, I don't think this is rocket science. I think that it's probably a paragraph in your business plan. It's a table that shows the carryovers, where they might be occurring, and some reasons why they're happening. I don't know why the Minister of Finance would have to approve that going into a business plan, but if the Minister wants to chat with him and have that, that's great. I think we need to get to the bottom of why this money is not why it's not going out the door on time, and understand the reasons why, and develop a plan to address that. And I just don't get that comfort level from the Minister that he's going to include that kind of information in business plans moving forward. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. O'Reilly. Minister Schuman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The reason I would say that I'd have to talk to the Minister of Finance because he's the one that dictates the format and the content of the business planning cycle of what's in here. But I guess I could commit to bringing something back in the next cycle of not in super great detail, but I think a little more detail, probably a little more to my liking than the members' liking of what some of these conditions are, why there's so much carryover and variances on these things. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister Schuman. Mr. Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recognizing that you will be reporting progress in the next few minutes here, I'll keep it brief. I'm looking at the business plan under strategic infrastructure development, and I couldn't quite hear the conversation that just went on about that. Everyone in this room speaks sort of quietly, and so I didn't quite catch everything. But in the business plan, it talks about dredging, and it talks about improving the rail head up to Hay River. Now, would anyone in this division be tasked with following up on those, hopefully, initiatives? I mean, those have appeared in the mandate, they've appeared in every business plan, but I haven't really seen anything happen with, like, dredging in particular. So will that division be tasked with trying to track down some federal money, or is there federal money that could be used for that right now? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson. Deputy Minister Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So those types of projects where we're seeking federal funding, yes, there would be a role for the strategic infrastructure to assist in the application and the pursuit of that money. And those particular projects, we do have a number of asks in with the federal government already through Ocean Protection Plan. And we will continue to reapply, and the Strategic Infrastructure Division will be supporting those types of applications. So I guess the answer to the question is yes, this capacity will help us do that work that's already being done in other areas in the department and the policy planning shop, but also in transportation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Guy. Mr. Simpson.
Thank you. I just want to make sure it doesn't get lost in the mix because there's some very big projects here. And I know that dredging the Port of Hay River might not be a priority for some people, but for my constituents, it's a priority. So I'd like to see that move forward. And Mr. Chair, I move that the Chair rise and report progress.
Thank you. Mr. Simpson. A motion is on the floor to report progress. The motion is in order and is non-debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carried. This one? I will now rise and report progress. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber.
This is the reporting committee of the whole, which just returned to the document.
May I have the report, member for South 2?
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering table document 322-18, brackets 3, main estimates, 2019-20, and would like to report progress. And, Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with.
Massey. Do I have a seconder? Member for Trinity Willoughby. Motion's in order. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carried. Massey. Third reading on bills. Third reading on bills. Madam Clerk, orders of the day.
Indaize edani legeti havik eti edaizek sanekwa za nano silai nakelemi huno datso hluto ho hot hayat eti awode hayati eketetsuro hayati indi awode dawet inke inle gotso nagode haton gogagek kwe gizi hats edi asi wek edzo at ehi Kawode da gets eke nitlet da ets eke indi nitlet da ets inke inle gotso nagogede. Commissioner Weati hayat eti going zit asi eke. Standing aid zone special committee zone amigo di wetson nawode we hon ginda wego di donate ala nitle gigrada ka negere. Nawo wek edzon ha yati nit akwetlo nawo nitle wek edzon ha hat edi nawo hotle akwetlo nawo nitle wek eti Bill 38 Bill 39 nanke on nawo nitle wek eti nawo ala wego legeti ha ho Bill 32 Minister Statement 131-18.3, Minister Statement 151-18.3, Table Document 322-18.3. Edani legedi weghon hagedi taitson nawon nitle wek eati indaidze edani legedi ha wek eati.
Massey. Did the February 25, 2019, in South Tani, the Wikihubiade.